Good morning, my lady.
Morning,
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Nelly,
Morning,
can you
my lady.
please call the matter into the record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 1st of February 2022, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Where
Good
is
morning,
the
Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Late. I've noted you, and I'm told I got a message that Mr. Sibara want to address me also.
I just want to inform the court that
Yes.
Miss Marriott has fell ill last night, and I'm alone here. So if there are any hiccups with case lines, I request the court just to be patient, and so I can help the witness when there are any hiccups.
Okay. Thank you. I see there is a hand. Who is that? Is that Mr. Makani?
It is Mr. Makani, my lady.
Yes, I received I think I received a note that Mr. Sibara wants to address me, but I saw he was just joining. Can we wait for him?
My lady, in fact, it will be me addressing you on this issue, my lady.
I thought
Mr.
it's
Sibara's
him,
team.
but
Yes.
Can I wait for him to be there so that he shouldn't miss anything? I don't know what you're going to say to me.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Sibara, how are you this morning?
I'm
Mr.
here as
Sibara?
well, my lady. I'm here.
Okay. I got
Thank
a
you.
message that you wanted to address me, so I wanted you to be there. There's another hand, if you can put that hand down. Thank you, Mr. Maxine.
My lady. She will
Yes, that's fine. You can put your hand down. Okay. Let him proceed.
My lady, as your ladyship knows that myself and Advocate Sibara represent Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
We have had a deliberation or consultation yesterday, my lady, where she raised her concerns with how the cross-examination of Advocate Sibara went. She feels that Advocate Sibara was not given a fair opportunity to cross-examine questions at times, and he was stopped to ask questions that she felt those questions should have been allowed. My lady, we are raising this because we don't want a situation where she raises issues like that about the uncomfortability about how your ladyship is conducting these proceedings. We understand that your ladyship is doing this out of the concern raised by the attorney of life, Esidimeni, that this matter might prolong as or more than what we had anticipated. But my lady, our humble submission is that may we be given a fair opportunity to cross-examine. We understand that at times your leadership might feel that this is not proper, but we just want your indulgence at most so that the witness, who is Dr. Manamela, can also feel comfortable with these proceedings, my lady. We do not want a situation where she also feels that during the arbitration record, she was not given a fair hearing, her version was not properly put.
What is happening? Is that from my side?
Yes, my lady, that is from your ladyship. Hence, we said we should address it. We don't want a situation where we don't address it with you now. We just want. Is your ladyship still here?
No, the judge is gone, man. The judge is gone.
Judge is gone, yeah.
No, let's wait for her.
Let's wait.
counsels. The judge is experiencing technical issues, but she's trying to sort it out. Just please be patient.
Thank you, Nelly.
We will be patient.
Thank you, Ms. Madonsela.
Yes, I'm back now. My apologies for this. I think there was a problem with my connectivity problems. There were some problems on my connectivity. Can you proceed, Mr. Makanye?
As the court, please, my lady.
Yes, proceed.
I think before we cut off, I was still expressing my client's view on how this matter proceeded yesterday.
Yes.
She said she's very much not happy about how the things went, but I understand this is something that cannot be undone. We've already passed that. So our plea as a legal team is that can we be given enough time, the court will indulge us when asking questions so that our client can also feel that she's heard, because her complaints also stems from the fact that during the arbitration process, she was not really heard. Her version was not really put forward, and it cannot be so even under the inquest hearing. That is all. And if you perhaps,
what is it that you request? If you can explain, do you want to be given another opportunity to continue with the cross-examination? Do I understand you? Okay.
That is not what we are saying. Is if your ladyship can try to limit the interjections when questions are asked, and allow whether it's myself or Advocate Barra to ask questions, because that I think is the one that caused Dr. Manamela to somehow feel as if her version is not being put forward properly, because whenever Advocate Barra would want to put a version, I'll also give Advocate Barra some time to add. Maybe perhaps you can also give the other colleagues an opportunity. If
I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. If I can hear you, and then I see Mr. Sibara has raised his hand, and then
okay,
let us allow you to finish, and then give Mr. Sibara. From there, I'll give the others the chance.
Yes.
So
no, we are not asking, well, at this point in time, my lady, unless if Advocate Barra, as far as we're just putting out the consent, not necessarily to say, may we then be given the chance.
That's why I was just asking, so that I can understand what you are busy submitting before court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. The feeling of Advocate Manamela's team is that the court descended very too close to the arena. And to an extent that the witness gathered a bit of Dutch courage where she would tell counsel, I think what you're asking is not relevant. The court will interpose and inform us that that question has been asked and answered. And when we went back to the record, when we listened to other colleagues' cross-examination, we could not even find any way some of the questions were asked and answered. And at all material times, the court would ask me the relevance of the questions before it could even be finished. Once again, my lady, this pattern was only adopted yesterday. That is the gravest concern of our client. We watched live Esidimeni cross-examining. They were given the freedom of Pretoria. This court never at any stage asked Advocate van Bergen, why are you asking that question? What is the relevance of that question? This only came after the meeting of Friday, and we feel that we use as a case study to test the letter of Friday. And our client feels that that was quite unfair, and there was a tone from our client that there was an element of biasness because we're the first to be treated in that fashion. And in our view, our client, even if this, we have to push at a high speed, our client's rights should be respected. We should be given the opportunity to put our client's version across. And we really appreciate and respect the court that all parties, they've got rights. Families of the deceased, they've got rights. Deceased, they've got rights. Our client too has got rights. And in our view, my lady, we feel that this court yesterday stifled cross-examination, and the court descended very close to the arena. And at some point, the court would even respond to questions before the witness could answer. And in our view, and in our client's perspective, that has the element of biasness from our side. And in our view, we feel that this court should not approach these proceedings with the spirit of anger and should give all parties equal and fair opportunities. We were watching here when Life Esidimeni cross-examining, Section 27 cross-examined, and all the parties cross-examined. Not even a single day the court asked those counsels, what is the relevance of that question? Where are you going with that question? Before we could put a question across, we had to explain to the court, why are we asking the question? That was quite unfair, my lady. And we really appreciate that there's a letter which is at the spirit of curtailing the proceedings. We want this proceeding to be finished. Our client has got a client over her head. We are very much appreciative of the time frames. She wants this to go away. She wants a finality on this matter. And she's a person of interest. And that is our gravest concern. As it pleases the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Zibara. Yes, counsel, according to seniority, who wants to start? If you want to say something.
Thank you. Milady, perhaps
Just
if I can just follow the...
Just a second for me. Yeah. Continue, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Lady, just for clarity, I've just taken the seniority of Mr. Watt Pringle, so unless anybody has an objection, if I can just get started. Your ladyship is under a significant amount of pressure in this matter, because what we have is an inquest which is very constrained by the Act. The questions that your ladyship has to seek an answer to are set out quite clearly under the Inquest Act. And the question of relevance is obviously an issue that will follow from the beginning to the end. The problem that we have here, my lady, is that from the inception of this matter, your ladyship was dealing with an inquest that has no charge sheet. It has no pleadings. It has a series of witness statements, and we started off with the most general of witness statements. To some extent, we can say that we actually started on the wrong point of departure, whereas we should have started with the deceased themselves and looked at the causes of death and tried to establish whether or not there is sufficient evidence and then work outwards from there. We started with very general witness statements from very general witnesses and a group of counsel who, in a somewhat panicked fashion, are worried about leaving anything untouched, just in case somehow in 5 weeks' time or 3 months' time, it ends up implicating their client in one way or another. That's how the matter has progressed, and it's through no fault of your ladyship's, and I'm not sure that it's through any fault of the state's either. It's just the nature of the sort of inquest that we're dealing with. But we've now been in this matter long enough that we can see that some of the cross-examination has actually just been interminable. It goes on and it goes on, and the relevance is always somewhat suspect. And I'm not saying that anybody is doing this with any kind of malicious intent or anybody is trying to waste time. But at this point, our submission, and this is what Mr. Watt Pringle said to your ladyship at the procedural meeting, and we are drafting submissions along these lines at this point as well, which is that the basic point of departure is that your ladyship has the power to decide if somebody is entitled to cross-examine. That's under Section 11 of the Inquest Act. And the test that must be used is whether or not that person has a direct and peculiar interest in the subject matter of the inquest, which read properly means that that particular witness, whose representative is doing the questioning, should have a direct, substantial, and peculiar interest in that witness that must relate to that client. There's a clear string of relevance. So I don't see an issue with your ladyship asking, why are you asking this question? What are you going to? I think the correct answer to that would be that if Mr. Sabara is concerned that the witness is taking some undue form of courage from this, or that he is having to disclose where he's going with his questions in front of the witness, which I can understand, that the answer would be for the witness to maybe sign off for a few minutes, and then he can explain what the question is about, and then the witness can come back on. But I support your ladyship's efforts to try and constrain the proceedings. I support your ladyship's efforts to try and understand the relevance of the questions to ensure that the proceedings are not delayed as they are at this point in time. There are just three things that I must mention. The first is that the word biasness was used. It puts your ladyship in the most impossible position when we start using words like that, because it must mean something. Are we saying that there is an appearance of bias or that there is actual bias? If the allegation that's being made against you is that there is actual bias, why is there no application for recusal? If it's that there is an appearance of bias, well, what is it that Mr. Sabara intends to do with that? If there is nothing that comes from an allegation like that, why make it in the first place? Secondly, your ladyship, the words spirit of anger were used to describe the proceedings yesterday. I wasn't able to sit in the proceedings yesterday, but I went home and I watched them on YouTube, and you do that thing where you watch them at double speed so you can try and get through it. I saw nothing along the lines of a spirit of anger. What I saw is the frustration that everybody is facing in this matter with the interminable delays that we are facing. I don't think that your ladyship behaved in any way that would support that the proceedings were conducted in a spirit of anger. The third is that it was stated that your ladyship has never asked anybody else what the relevance of the question is. I can't go to the transcripts now and find out where it's happened before, but from my recollection, your ladyship has asked many times of many counsel, why are you asking that question? I don't understand where it's going. So I think from Dr. Selabano's perspective, we would support the continued efforts to try and constrain. I do understand Mr. Sabara's concerns, which are that he is the first case of a counsel who has been called to try and constrain his cross-examination. So I do have sympathy for him from that perspective. But I do think that it is an effort that must continue and that pressure must be placed on all counsel to be able to indicate what the relevance is of the question when it is asked of them. Why are you asking this? Where do you intend to go with this? I think it is something that all counsel must keep in their minds at all times. Milady, that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I saw Mr. Pienaar is also here, and there is also Mr. Watpringle. Mr. Pienaar, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I've listened attentively to Mr. Sabara and his colleagues' exposition that they put to yourself, my lady, and I want to confirm that I concur with Mr. Martin's exposition that is just presented to you, my lady. I feel and I submit that the attack on your ladyship's conduct is improper and uncalled for, my lady. What must be kept in mind, my lady, is that this is an inquest. This is not a criminal trial. It's not a civil trial. It's inquisitorial in nature. It's an inquest of the court, my lady, and you, with all due respect, my lady, are in control of this inquest court and conducting the proceedings in this court in a manner which is justifiable, which is proper, and, my lady, taking into consideration the inquisitorial nature of an inquest is subjectively not influenced in any manner by your ladyship's personal feelings, maybe, if I can refer to it as such, but you're conducting it, my lady, with all due respect, objectively, totally, and I say that without fear of contradiction, unbiased, my lady. I submit that the reference to biasness is totally improper to your ladyship, my lady, especially if we keep in mind that this is not an adversarial inquest, but an inquisitorial inquest that's been conducted. And as such, my lady, it follows naturally that your ladyship, to a certain extent, together with instructions to the evidence leaders, is in the arena, if I can refer to it as such. But that does not mean your ladyship's conduct is being clouded by the dust of the arena, my lady. Because with all due respect, my lady, your ladyship is not acting as a protagonist in this inquest adversely to any of the parties being represented and involved. And my ladyship, it's with all due respect, to now say, which is a further impropriety and improper suggestion, that due as a result of Mr. van Bergen's letter, or his attorney's letter, and a discussion that took place during the management meeting, has now influenced your ladyship to act in this manner. My lady, that conclusion is totally uncalled for, it's unsubstantiated, and it's totally unfounded. There's an obligation on each of the councils to conduct their cross-examination in a manner that is relevant at all times, my lady. The fact that previously, with other witnesses, there may not have been as many interjections does not mean that suddenly, now that it's become imperative to curtail the proceedings in a manner that is proper. Relevance is being determined. All your ladyship is doing with the questions your ladyship has put, with all due respect, my lady, is to determine. Because your ladyship has the obligation to make the final adjudicating decision in this matter. To determine whether it's in a single instance, whether it's in many instances, what is the relevance? Because your ladyship has to make the final decision. And even on the decision or the final adjudication, my ladyship, the final decision in terms of the Inquest Act on what further steps need to be taken lies with the National Prosecuting Authority. Your ladyship does not bring out a verdict, X, Y, and Z are guilty. It could be, yes, my lady, but that's all. But subsequently, the whole record is presented to the National Prosecuting Authority, who has to make and come to a conclusion on a final decision. How are they going to proceed with this matter subsequent to the inquest, my lady? So with all due respect, my lady, I would respectfully submit that the objections raised are unfounded, improper, and unsubstantiated, my lady. At all times, your ladyship has acted objectively and unbiased. Every council who puts a question of whatsoever nature in these proceedings should be prepared that if there is an objection of whatsoever nature and from any of the other parties and or your ladyship, he or she should be able to respond thereto. Not rely on the complaints of his or her client. And I believe, my lady, with all due respect, I submit that it's for counsel to explain to his or her client what the intricacies are of cross-examination, the rules applicable, the nature of an inquest of this kind, which I would venture to suggest, my lady, is to a certain degree sui generis and not in the nature of a criminal trial. I know there was a reference made yesterday, which I found also to be improper, my lady, that Mr. Sibara requested, with all due respect, for a special entry. My lady, a special entry does not feature in an inquest in terms of the Inquest Act. It comes to the fore. It's applicable in terms of a criminal trial, in terms of Section 316 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, but not in an inquest, which is, I would submit respectfully, sui generis and clearly different from a criminal matter, my lady. So that was inappropriate and improper to, in an undue manner, endeavour to place pressure on your ladyship, because it could be interpreted as a subtle threat. My lady, I want a special entry. Why? Because I want to take it further. My lady, it's not applicable in a matter of this kind, nor is that conduct that is expected of counsel, my lady. I do believe it is wrong. So, my lady, I would submit your ladyship is acting in accordance with the spirit of an inquest and the requirements and the obligations placed on your ladyship, which your ladyship is fulfilling, would submit, my lady, with respect, in an admirable manner. So therefore, my submission would be, in conclusion, my lady, the objection raised by Mr. Sibara's team is unfounded and unsubstantiated and should not be complied with, and the matter should be able to proceed as your ladyship has directed it should on Friday's management meeting, my lady, last, when all the councils were in agreement.
Thank you. Is
As the
that
court
all?
pleases, my lady.
Thank you very much. Before Mr. I don't know, between you and Mr. Ward-Pringle, who want, I don't know, but you know yourself according to...
Yes, my lady, my apologies. I didn't put my hand up for some reason. My laptop doesn't allow me to do so. But if I could address your ladyship briefly, I'm not going to take inordinate time in doing so. I concur entirely with what Mr. Martin and Mr. Pinar have already placed on record, and I agree with their approaches and their submissions. My lady, I submit that the point of departure in resolving an issue such as has been raised by Dr. Manamela's representatives lies in the provisions of Section 11.2 of the Inquest Act, which specifies that any other person who satisfies the judicial officer that he has a substantial and peculiar interest in the issue of the inquest may personally or by counsel or attorney put such questions to a witness giving evidence at the inquest, and I want to verbally underline the remainder, as the judicial officer may allow. Your ladyship is vested with a discretion as to what questions are to be allowed and which should be disallowed. Obviously, that discretion must be exercised judicially, and I submit that issues of relevance are central to the decision as to how it should be exercised. My lady, I submit that the issue that is now before your ladyship underlines the necessity of steps to be taken, such as were suggested by, or in the letter from Mr. Rick Martin of 27 January. As Mr. Martin Mr. Henry Martin has said, and supported by Mr. Pienaar, one of the difficulties here is that there isn't a defined case to be met. Each party is dealing with what he or she perceives to be issues that are negative against his or her client, and accordingly addresses those issues in cross-examination. And speaking for myself, that is the approach that was followed on behalf of Life Esidimeni. Perhaps I should just, while I'm dealing with Life Esidimeni, address the suggestion that Life Esidimeni and I were to some extent given free rein, the freedom of Pretoria. My lady, I take exception to such a suggestion. If my cross-examination at any stage had been irrelevant or unnecessary, any party to these proceedings, and not only your ladyship, are free to object thereto. There were no such objections. And my lady, getting back to the suggestion that was made of means to curtail the proceedings, if the issues are defined and each party knows what the issues are that he or she or it has to face, that would also define the limits of relevance and create a more black and white situation where there is less uncertainty about whether an issue is relevant or not. My lady, I submit that the necessity of taking such steps has now become very, very apparent, and I trust that my colleagues will comply with your ladyship's directive that submissions should be made by tomorrow close of business, so that a repetition of what has now occurred can be avoided. My lady, otherwise I have nothing further to add and concur with the views expressed by Mr. Henry Martin and Mr. Pienaar, as your ladyship pleases.
Is Mr. Watpringle present? Maybe he should have been the one to start, but after Mr. Sibara. Oh,
thank you, my lady. I spoke for both of us.
Okay, no, I forgot now. Okay, thank you very much. Then that will be, then Ms. Hasim or her team will follow. Are you there, Ms. Hasim? Or okay, is that you, Ms. Boy?
My lady, it is me. My lady, our team concurs with the views that have been expressed thus far. Safe to add, my lady, that it is important to stress that the inquest is an inquisitorial process. Mm-hmm. And that means that the judge does have to play a more central role in deciding. And Mr. van Bergen pointed rightly so to Section 11.2 of the Inquest Act. And so the judge has to be active and ensure that the truth is discovered because of the nature of an inquisitorial process. My lady, further, we wish to stress that we agree that to the extent that the issue of bias is raised, either a substantive application needs to be brought and that needs to be entertained by the court, or it does not further the objective any further and there is nothing to be done with this complaint of bias. My lady, we further did not witness a spirit of anger as alleged, and to the extent that witnesses do not answer questions, counsel have in the past asked her ladyship to implore on witnesses to do so. My lady, lastly, in relation to whether other counsel have been asked about relevance as they are cross-examining, we can confirm that we have seen counsel being asked about explaining the relevance of their question, including Ms. Hassim during the cross-examination of the current witnesses. So, my lady, in sum, we agree with the submissions already advanced, and we don't think that the objections hold any merit. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. I see now on the list of juniors is Ms. Munjerera. Then there will be Ms. Foster. Can you follow as I read your names? Ms. Munjerera, are you there? Yes.
I have no submission to make, my lady, regarding this issue.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, are you there? Anybody representing the team of Ms. Foster? She seems not to be present. Then Ms. Seboko will follow. Ms. Seboko? I hear the silence. I don't know what that means, whether these people are not there or what is happening. Yes. Ms. Hutamo, Mr. Hutamo, I saw you, but I want to find out, where are these people? Are they present? They just want to abstain from raising issues or making submissions, but it doesn't matter. It is their choice.
Judge, Ms. Foster was here this morning, so is Advocate Seboko, but she had connectivity issues as well. It kept on kicking her in and out. So I believe they are in.
This is now Ms. Foster and Ms. Seboko. Nelly?
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes. Is it Ms. Seboko and Ms. Foster?
Ms. Foster was here this morning. Everything was fine. Ms. Seboko was also here.
Yes.
But she had connectivity issues, Judge.
Okay, just check with them if they will come back to the proceedings.
All right, Judge.
Okay, yes, there is a hand there. Miss Govender.
Yes, my lady. I thought
You're supposed to have been there. Yes, I can see that immediately after Mr. Martin.
Yes, my lady. I didn't want to jump in since Mr. Pina had already turned his camera on, and so did Mr. Van Bergen. So I thought I'd just wait my turn.
You may proceed. Thank you.
My lady, I associate myself with the submissions made by my colleagues before, particularly that of Mr. Martin. And in particular, I associate myself with the submission made by Ms. Puwe, that where there is an allegation of bias made in isolation, it doesn't take us anywhere. If there is an allegation of a reasonable apprehension of bias, then, then the relevant application must be brought. But in isolation, I don't think it takes the proceedings anywhere. Her ladyship has a very difficult balancing act, and we all appreciate the challenges that we've all had to endure during this matter. But I believe and I think we can all agree that all of us have been taken to task where issues may not readily be perceived to be relevant. And we must take that as her ladyship being alive to the issues being raised, and we should be appreciative of that. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much. Let me see now. Mr. Hutamo, yes. We can't hear you. You are on mute. Can you hear him? Is it me alone who can hear Mr.
No, it's muted.
Can't hear him, my lady.
Mr. Hutamo, you seem to be having a problem. Please, as you are sorting that problem, can we go to Ms. Ramaimela?
The court is my lady.
Continue. Thank you. Before we do that, Ms. Seboko, I've noted you. You will follow after Mr. Hutamo. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady, we just wanted to make submissions that the issue of relevance is very important insofar as the proceedings are concerned. And in this instance, it is the court, or it is her ladyship, who is supposed to give control or guidance on matters which are not assisting the court in investigating the matters which are before court. What it is not clear from the submissions on behalf of Dr. Manamela is whether are they making a request that they be allowed to pose the questions that they feel to have been frustrated to have pursued those line of questions. If that is their intention, it will then have to be cleared which questions were they prevented from pursuing and whether are those questions relevant to the issues for determination.
Is it necessary to take that route?
Well, at the end of the day, what I had submitted is that it is the court which is supposed to give direction on relevant matters. So if the court rules that certain matters should not be pursued because of irrelevancy, that's how the proceedings should go on. We have had this experience. They are not the first team to have been directed to deal with relevant matters. So it can't be that like when issues of relevance are being raised on their side, then therefore it has to be flagged as a concern from their own client, as if that at a later stage they want to use these submissions to justify whatever course of action that they intend to take. But all that I wanted to submit is that at all times relevance has to be considered and the court must give direction in that regard. And we then have to follow the directive as given by the court so that like progress can be made.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boko?
As the court pleases, my lady, I've got no submissions to make in respect of the topic at hand.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Foster, Ms. Foster here? In her absence, we can proceed to Ms. Ramaimela. Or anybody in her team.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Mahlapi.
We do not have any inputs or any submissions as far as this topic is concerned.
Thank you very much. Ms. Toka, then Ms. Maite. Ms. Toka, are you there?
Yes, my lady, I'm here.
Continue. I don't see your face, that's why, but I can see it. Yeah, you are there. Continue.
Yes, my lady. Thank you,
Do you have submissions to make?
Yes, my lady, just one or two.
Yes.
I'm not sure, my lady, if my lady can see me.
No, I can't, but you can proceed. I can hear that it's you.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I would like to agree with Mr. Van Bergen that in this matter, we are trying to deal with anything that is negatively affecting our clients. Maybe that is why the matter is taking long. However, my lady, yesterday, I noted there was a spirit of frustration maybe stemming from the Friday's meeting. What one would have expected, my lady, in a normal court, I'm not sure how to do it in this in these proceedings. My lady, if there is an objection and my lady needs to find out from the counsel the relevance of the question, if we're in the open court, my lady, the witness would go outside so that it is explained, the relevance is explained, and then my lady makes a decision whether to allow that question or not. Other than that, my lady, maybe it is an opportune time for us to decide on the relevance in order to curtail the proceedings, my lady. Otherwise, the way the inquest, the way it is running, we are trying to protect our clients. Anything that negatively affects, we panic. That's what I've noted, my lady.
Okay.
Other than that, there is nothing on my side, my lady.
Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Then there is Ms. Maite, then Shabangu will follow, and Mr. Pitlela.
May it please you, my lady. My lady, I align myself with what has already been indicated by Mr. Martins. My only concern is just really in relation to what has now been stated by Ms. Tota regarding if your ladyship is intent on finding out what the relevance of a question is. And under those circumstances, the solution provided by Mr. Martins, whether the witness then logs off or whatever the case might be, That part, my lady, I think that's the only part that I would say would have to be implemented for purposes of avoiding both frustrations and or leading a witness in a particular direction, as opposed to getting the really right answer. Those are my only submissions, my lady.
Okay.
Please you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabangu, then Mr. Pitlela, then Ms. Mboweni.
As a court, please, my lady. My lady, I align myself with the submission made by Mr. Martin, and further align myself with the submissions made by my little colleague, Mr. Van Bergen. Further with the submission in relation to the relevancy of the question, my lady, if the witness may be excused in a way of mooting the witness, so that can be corrected, my lady. Further on that, my lady, I have no any other submission to add on that.
Thank you.
As a court, please, my lady.
Then it's Mr. Pitlela.
Court pleases, my lady. I'm of the opinion that what was said in respect of the complaint from my learned colleagues regarding the conduct of proceedings yesterday, basically, I haven't found anything substantive on that. If it's a complaint to say there's biasness, then it should be properly reflected as such. And it should also offer an outcome that would remedy the situation. And in this instance, there's no outcome being looked for except to say in future, look at us give us more leeway and so on and so forth. So I don't find any basis there.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni, just as Ms. Mboweni.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, before you start, Mr. Late, I didn't forget you. You will come immediately after all of them before Dr. Manamela's team reply.
May I proceed, my lady?
Just a second. Mr. Late, are you there?
I'm here, my lady. I heard.
Yes.
Okay.
I
appreciate that.
All right. Mr. Mboweni, Ms. Mboweni, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I have heard the submissions made by my learned colleagues, and to a certain extent, I align myself with those made by Mr. Henry, I'm trying to look at the surname here, but Mr. Martin. Yes. As it pertains to the issues of how the proceedings has been run to date and why it has been run in that particular manner. And I think we're all mindful of the aspect of time. And like any other proceedings, when something has been ongoing for a long period of time and an issue is raised that this is going on for too long now, the urgency then becomes the issue. And we are not anti being focusing on the issues at hand, meaning that when there's an issue that has to be raised, that issue should be raised. We should allow room for such issues to be raised. What I did experience, however, yesterday is that there was the sense of urgency was more apparent yesterday for me. When I listened to, I think you wanted the council to focus on the issues at hand and leave all the other issues out, which is, I think in the past, there was a little bit more leeway. I would not go to the extent of saying there was bias, etc. People had the freedom of Pretoria. I'm not aligning myself to that extent. All I'm saying is that yesterday I experienced that you wanted to only deal with the issues at hand, Judge. You wanted council to focus on those issues, and there was no much room for maneuvering. And I think when we prepare sometimes these issues that we have in front of us, and we want to follow that line to be able to say that this is the issue and it leads to the following, because that is how we have prepared. And when you're interjected, it takes your trail of thought off balance. And I think that is what I experienced yesterday as it pertains to Mr. Sibara's cross-examination, cross-examination, is that he had prepared in a particular manner. And because when he's trying to lead that evidence, you would tell him that evidence has already been led, etc., and he has to jump to the next issue. That does derail any person. And from that perspective, I align myself, is to say that sometimes when you have prepared, yes, the issues, you can curtail them, but just to give that opportunity to hear where is this going. I agree that at some point I felt that the witness was behaving in a manner that was not fit for a witness before court. But that is an issue for another day. I'm not going to, there's no application, there's no, from my side, no. I'm just saying that the issue of urgency was quite apparent yesterday. And that is what I experienced. If I experience it and my learned colleague is saying that he experienced it, then possibly there is something to that extent. So I think maybe a bit of flexibility in our approach as it pertains to how we lead evidence. Yes, we must be clear. Yes, we want to finish, but I think we can't rush each other. That also wouldn't help these proceedings. Every witness and every counsel has got a right and an opportunity to ventilate their case properly, and I think they should be given an opportunity to do that. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Who's following now? Mr. Manamela, then Mr. Profi.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Manamela.
Judge, we align ourselves with the submissions made by Mr. Henry Martin, and we also align ourselves with the submissions made by Ms. Mboweni. And further to that, Your Ladyship, we also echo the sentiment that urgency was apparent yesterday, and that in some way or another, the witness was somehow emboldened to even tell counsel and ask counsel questions like, what is the relevance of such question that you're asking? But apart from that, we are happy with the manner in which Your Ladyship has been conducting the proceedings. And yeah, that's it from us, Your Ladyship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Profi.
My lady, without sounding like a broken record, I do align myself with this of Mr. Martin and the remainder of my learned colleagues. The only thing I wish to add is that having been I cross-examined on the same day yesterday, so the spirit of anger is not something that I felt in my cross-examination from the court yesterday, and I was the counsel to go thereafter. So I don't understand that submission, and my only concern is the consequence if the submissions is upheld, is that the record, if the leniency is allowed, the record will then, the consequence of that is the record being flooded with irrelevant evidence. That my lady makes a ruling, and we simply have to stick to that ruling. It is for Dr. Manamela's team to nurse her feelings and not for that to be projected onto the court.
Thank you very much. Mr. Late.
As the court pleases, my lady. I'm going to parrot the previous speaker to say that I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's been since the start of the proceedings that I've urged my learned colleagues to concentrate on the reason why I did not prosecute in this matter, and that was causation. Everybody knew that from the start, that causation is the problem here regarding the act of any of the witnesses in relation to the deaths of the deceased. We are all legally trained. Each of us should know what the elements of a crime is. Every one of us should know what the element of causation means. Every one of us should be advised or have knowledge of the case law regarding the causation and the act that is necessary for a certain crime to be committed. And the reason why the meeting ended like it did on Friday is because my learned colleague, or some of my learned colleagues, did not concentrate on what was or what is relevant in this matter. An inquest is not a free-for-all. The free-for-all was the arbitration hearing. Everybody just said what they wanted to do. Documents just flew into the record, and everybody had a field day in trying to incriminate each other. But this is not what this court is for. This court must make the four basic findings provided for in Section 16 of the Inquest Act. And any questioning that goes beyond the relevance, or that goes beyond the questions that this court have to answer, is irrelevant and should not be asked, and the answer thereto will not be relevant to what is asked after this court. The primary admissibility question regarding evidence is relevance. If evidence is not relevant, it is not permitted. That is the primary question when asking whether evidence should be permitted or not. And it's my experience that, in this inquest, a lot of evidence or cross-examination went far beyond relevant. Because if you know the law, for instance, regarding causation, you will not ask about what happened 2 or 3 years ago in a meeting, or whether somebody was more concerned with the bedding of an NGO and so forth. You will ask questions regarding whether this person can assist the court regarding the death of a certain deceased. And if not, then questions should not be asked to this witness if you are satisfied that that witness cannot assist you. I cannot be criticized. Why then did I call the witness? I already explained that. I called the witnesses to give a background to what happened. Mr. Van Bergen might be, or Mr. Martin might be correct. We could have started from deceased and worked our way backwards, but in that event, the court wouldn't have known, or on record wouldn't have known how the whole thing originated.
Not Mr. Van Bergen.
Yeah, I corrected myself. I corrected myself referring to Mr. Martin. Okay. Then the court wouldn't have had the background until the people had died. But we must also understand, and that is something that the friends must also understand, it has been said already, that this is not a criminal trial. This court has access to everything that has been investigated. Many of the things the court can read in statements. It's not necessary to cross-examine a witness about that. If the court can take cognizance of every detail in all the statements in the end of this matter, it's not necessary to cross-examine a witness on every little aspect of the evidence. If it will not help the court to come to the conclusion of the identity, the date of death, the cause of death, whether somebody can be criminally held liable for the cause of death. That is my submission, my lady, and Mr. Sibara, if he adheres to the question of relevance and the matter of causation that this court must make a finding on, he will not be stopped. We will not even object. And it's not for them to bring to the court Dr. Manamela's concerns if they cannot show that they already explained it to her, the mission of this call to Dr. Manamela. She's not a legal expert. It's their duty to show to her that we are doing this, and this is the reason why we are doing it. That's a call, please, Madam.
Thank you. I see it's 8 minutes past 11. I don't know, Mr. Sibara and Mr. Makani, whether you want to respond now or should you want to reply now, or should we take a tea break and then you will reply later?
Perhaps maybe we should take the tea adjournment, then we'll reply thereafter. As the court please.
Can we take the tea adjournment now? Let me see. It's now 10 past. Can we resume at 11:30?
If your ladyship please.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases.
Yes, we have now reconvened. Is it Mr. Advocate Makani or Mr. Sibara who would like to reply?
My lady, if I may, my apologies for intervening so quickly. My lady, I've been instructed to object to one tiny thing that Mr. Late made in his address to this honorable court, my lady. And that's his characterization of the arbitration as a process that was free for all, with documents just flying into the record. My lady, we object because it's an unfair comment that undermines the arbitration process, the record of which has been used in these proceedings and has been indeed very helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Makani or Mr. Sibara. I don't know whether who's going to do the reply.
As the court, please, my lady, I will
continue. Yes,
I'll reply. My lady, if one had listened carefully to my submission alone without the submissions of my learned friend or my senior advocate Sibara, would have realized that this was not a threat or anything of that sort to say we want to bring a recusal application and so forth.
Yes.
And one would understand why we said what we said. And if one had listened to Advocate Mboweni, she mentioned a very important issue. No one runs here and decides, hey, this morning I want to be part of these proceedings without preparing. But if one had prepared thoroughly, one surely would want to first lay a basis for his question so that it becomes a smooth process for him or her. But when interruptions happens, it then puts the person off trail. Hence, when I said to your ladyship, I said, would seek your indulgence on such. We understand that this should be done expeditiously. There is a need to conclude these proceedings. And when one looks at hears what Advocate Sibara has said about biasness and so forth, it is not as if Advocate Sibara had said the court was biased. If that was our view, surely would be bringing a recusal application. But that it's a view of our client, of which we never thought it necessitate us to bring a recusal application. So what so many people have said about feelings and so forth, which I think, my lady, it's I don't understand why would one speak about nursing feelings. But anyway, my lady, it doesn't even deserve a response. But your ladyship would note that we were the first to be dealt the way we were. And Advocate Sibara, surely he might have said other things like bias and so forth and other things that he had said. Surely he's someone who also felt had done, because surely there are things that he did not achieve under his cross-examination, or even if he did, he didn't do so to his satisfaction, my lady. So they're quite constructive, constructive opinions or suggestion by learned friends to say, in the event the court feels or is of the view that a certain question is not relevant, then the witness will therefore have to be excused and will then have to explain the relevancy. But also in doing that, my lady, what normally happens on counsel's mind is immediately when your ladyship says to me as counsel, Makani, what is the relevance of this? If someone is present, on top of my mind, I have to be thinking, how do I say the relevance without giving the witness the hint already? So that messes up the trail of my thoughts or anyone's thoughts. So, my lady, this should not be viewed in any way as an attack to you. This is not an attack. Hence, if we had felt this has gone beyond a thing where we can't resolve this, you would have believe we had enough time, we would have said, if we are not prepared, we won't be part of these proceedings. We are preparing a recusal application for your ladyship. Whether it has merits or not, it's an issue that would have been dealt at that stage. But we came to you with a view that, your ladyship, this is our view. Yes, we understand the interjections and so forth, but can you at least try to give us that opportunity at least? And we have never quarreled with your ladies. We have stopped me so many times. I think I've cross-examined about 2 witnesses where you felt this is this, Mr. Makani, this is not relevant, and I've allowed you. I've never persisted with that personally, and so is Mr. Sbarra. But under the circumstance, if this happens after a letter that is one of the party representing one of the parties, Malid, surely any person would think now we have to do as what life Esidimeni has to. In other words, we have to get straight to the point. But not all of us will have the same fashion of cross-examination. Each and every litigant will cross-examine differently. Hence, my plea has been straightforward. Hence, the reason why, as a junior, I decided to address your ladies is because I understand Advocate Sbarra, surely any other person would have, to address this issue on his own, surely would have been a bit, as a person who's done, he might have said things that, on reflection, surely he might have said, perhaps maybe I had went overboard. So our concern is simply to say, or to borrow Advocate Mboweni's words, is to say, please give us an opportunity. We are not saying when I want to ask a witness a relevant question, allow me. No, but at least where you feel give us at least an opportunity to clarify our issues, so that also the witness must feel comfortable. And we are here for that. And I don't think there's any other issue that I need to respond to.
So if I may, are you submitting that you are not raising an objection? You are just saying the court should bear with you?
The court should bear with us, and there's no objection. If there was an objection, my lady, we would have stopped yesterday and said, my lady, we want this.
So this is not an objection.
This is not necessarily an objection, my lady. It's the way in which we are running this.
So
process.
You are saying you ask the court to give you an opportunity to cross-examine.
Going forward, when it comes to other witnesses, would ask the court not to be too lenient, but would seek some extent of leniency as far as questioning of witnesses is concerned, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we did not ask some questions. Because, my lady, it's litigation is something else. Or no, these proceedings, whether the one would say they're informal or not, you'd find that there's an issue that is going to come up later on when Dr. Manamela comes here. And when she's asked, or she says, no, this is the procedure, she says, this was not the position. But someone, when they ask her, or they will say, no, but you've been represented. And yes, your counsel has never put this. You understand? So we don't want the situation who would come in and say, no, my lady, the reason why we didn't is that day where you said relevancy and it caught me off guard and so forth. Hence, we are saying, we'll try, we'll work on it. Your leadership, we'll work on it. We'll try to be spot on, but there are circumstances, or there will be times where it will have to first lay a basis and then ask a question. That is all that we're asking. So just
the last part. So your submissions, you are taking away the issue of anger coupled with that of bias.
No, my lady, that is something that, my lady, I think for us to go forward, let us withdraw that. Even though
that has been withdrawn.
Yeah, that has been withdrawn, my lady.
Okay. I'm just going to take a 2-minute break, and then I will then give a ruling. Okay, just Firstly, when answering to the submissions made by Mr. Sibara, can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can hear.
Yes, okay, let me start. First,
May it please the court, my lady.
thank you. Firstly, when answering to the submissions made by Dr. Manamela's team and having regard to the submissions by all counsel for all the parties involved, the court notes the following. Section 11, subsection 2 of the Inquest Act provides that any other person who satisfies the court that he has a substantial and peculiar interest in the issue of the inquest may personally or by counsel or attorney put questions to a witness giving evidence at the inquest as the court may allow. It therefore remains the duty of the court to steer the proceedings in the right direction, because if counsel, who is allowed to cross-examine, raises questions which will not take the matter any further, the court is entitled to stop that line of questioning by reason that it is irrelevant. In fact, the court doesn't prefer interjecting cross-examination by any counsel. Only when it is clear to this court that the question or questions are irrelevant, then the court will step in that situation for the sake of progress. I wish to state it on record that it is irregular for the court to admit irrelevant evidence and equally exclude relevant evidence. If the court is silent on a question that is irrelevant, that will be tantamount to admitting irrelevant evidence, because an irrelevant question elicits an irrelevant answer. That is what all counsel should note during cross-examination going forward. Thank you very much. I think this clears the matter. Can we then proceed?
As your ladyship pleases.
Where is the witness?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes. Mrs. Jacobus.
Yes, my lady.
Good day, and how are you?
Good day, my lady.
Yes, you are reminded that you're still under oath. When we adjourned yesterday, Mr. Profi was busy with cross-examination. You may proceed, Mr. Profi.
May I please the court? Good morning, Ms. Jacobus.
Is it still good morning? It's 4 minutes past 12 now.
Apologies. Good afternoon.
Yes,
I'd hoped to be done with my cross-examination by tea time, but given what the court had to deal with, I will try my best to conclude as soon as possible.
Yes.
I just want to pick up from the court when we concluded yesterday, sought clarity on a point, and so I am proceeding from the court's clarification. So the court sought clarification on the point that you said initially it was not part of your responsibilities, but in normal circumstances, if everything happened as it should, it would be your responsibility. Is my understanding correct?
Maybe can I just clarify, counsel? I said it is my responsibility, but due to the fact that, remember, the districts construct the documents, then they send it into central office. where I then also go through the documents and see that everything is on point. But during the project, I did not receive any documentation, and partly because I was not in the office. Remember, I was still looking for beds, and I was busy with supporting NGOs that experience challenging issues. So I did not see anything on of all the districts of placement and connection, because all NGOs are connected to the nearest clinic in terms of support.
Thank you.
So that is why it was no longer your responsibility, because the normal process didn't happen.
Council, I won't say it wasn't my responsibility. It was still my responsibility, but due to the fact that we were busy and assigned to different duties, and I was not able to receive those documents or scrutinize the documents, and I was not in the office until the end of June, when the last patients were placed.
Then further, answering the court, you had testified that Dr. Manamela divided us to support the NGOs, and in Ubushlebe Nkosi was not one of my areas. I had four different NGOs.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
And then we concluded yesterday on the point that you disagree with Ms. Sanelo, that she was incorrect in stating that you were responsible to support Ubushlebe Nkosi from July to September.
Yes, Council.
Mary, can we then turn to page 37287?
37287. I'll try and go in.
Just for the record, this is under further documents uploaded by Dr. Manamela in relation to the allocation of NGOs.
Let me have that page number again, Council.
It is 37287.
Thank you very much, Mr. Late.
Now, may I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may.
So as I had mentioned, that this is a documentation further documents uploaded on behalf of Dr. Manamela in relation to the allocations of NGO. Now, if we go to the first, second, third line, do you see your name as Hannah Yakwabas?
Yes, sir.
Can you read the NGOs that you are allocated to?
Rabafeni Houses, Ubushlebe Nkosi, and Support Esidimeni.
Now, I'm going to read and take it further from in terms of this allocation. It reads, the allocation will be for the period of 6 months, starting from the 11th of July 2016 to the end of December 2016. The team is allocated to ensure that patients are well taken care of. Since it is your evidence that you were not allocated to Ubushlebe Nkosi, the consequence of that is that there was then nobody supporting and ensuring that patients were well taken care of. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Then second bullet is ensure that NGOs are paid, given that you were under the impression that you were not allocated to Ubushlebe Nkosi, nobody therefore being allocated. The NGO suffered suffered financially because they were not getting paid. There was nobody to ensure that the NGO was being paid. You'd agree with me?
Yes, I agree with that statement.
Auditing of the NGO had major concerns in respect of infrastructure. If they were audited, there was no training, no auditing, therefore nobody to ensure that these things were done. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Lastly, support of the NGO. Given that you were under the impression that you were not allocated to Ubushlebe Nkosi, there was then, from the time the users arrived at the NGO till Ms. Sanelo intervened, there was no support for the NGO. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive this letter from Dr. Manamela in terms of your allocation?
I cannot recall. I also received a letter which was drafted out And according to the letter that Dr. Mamela has divided us in, my responsibilities was to El Shaddai, Precious Angels, Sebo Serena, and Bopalong Mamelodi.
But the question was, did you receive this specific letter that he was reading?
I cannot recall, my lady, at this stage. I can't remember.
So then you'd agree with me that Ms. Sinello is correct in her understanding that she, having read this letter, that her statement was correct, that you were allocated by Dr. Manamela to Abushlebi Nkosi.
As I'm saying, Council, I cannot agree or disagree because I'm not aware. I've received a letter for the other NGOs and I visited those NGOs on the letter that I've received.
I will then take that
Also
issue
signed off.
with Dr. Manamela in respect of this letter in you being allocated to Abushlebi Nkosi. But as the record reflects, that you were indeed allocated by Dr. Manamela to support Abushlebi Nkosi. So the point I want to make is that based on this allocation, it was not for management of the NGO to inform you, but for you to exercise your duties as instructed to ensure that the NGO was supported.
Council, as I'm stating again, I also received a letter for support for the NGOs I've mentioned.
Yes, we hear that evidence, but Council is asking you, in particular, in relation to this very specific letter. So the question is directed to that one. If you can answer in respect of this one that he's asking you about, the one that he says you have just read.
My lady, as I'm saying, I cannot remember. Okay. And seeing this letter and in my responsibility to portray and course at that stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that, remember yesterday I said that it's my cross-examination is in two parts, dealing with Ms. Sinello and then dealing with the cross-examination. So just for your understanding and for the flow of my cross-examination, we are now concluded with Ms. Sinello's, when she had said to me to ask you. That part of my cross-examination is now complete, and I now turn to your cross-examination, with my learned colleague. I'm saying yesterday I set out to you that my cross-examination is in two parts. First part is in reference to Ms. Sinello's evidence, and then the second part is your cross-examination. I now turn to the second part of my cross-examination. So when I put statements to you, it is your statements and not the statements of Ms. Sinello, because I've now concluded that aspect. Are we on the same page?
Continue, yes.
So, would you agree with me, and I'm merely just looking for a yes or no so that we don't go through a repetition of evidence, is that your evidence given thus far would support the narrative that the transferring of users had to happen by any means necessary, even if it means moving the users to structurally unsound buildings. Would you agree with me?
Are you still there? She seems to have frozen. Mrs. Jacobus? Mr. Late, can you assist there? The witness seems to have frozen. Can any of you try to call Mr. Late?
It happens when we die, yeah.
Thank you. Any report of what could be happening? Oh, there. Ms. Jacobus, can you hear us now?
She's still frozen, Madrid. Oh, sorry, there's someone who's talking with it.
Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I think you had a problem. I'm not sure whether that has been fixed.
But I think we should just give it time for it to catch up with where we are. So I think if Mr. Kobus talks
But
now.
before you do that, I just want to find out, because I can see that he's still doing the same thing. Are you fine, Ms.
Now, my
Jacobs?
lady.
Are you okay now?
Yes, I can hear now. Yes,
Okay.
my lady.
You may proceed, Mr. Prophet.
I'm going to ask the question again, just for clarity.
Ms. Jacobs?
It's still a problem.
I think we're having a problem. Mr. Late, if you can check your systems there, please. Please indicate when you're ready.
Can you hear me, my lady?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we can proceed. Thank you, Lynn.
Can you hear the court, Ms.
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes, my lady, I can hear now.
You may proceed.
Would you agree with me that the evidence you've given thus far supports the narrative that the transferring of the users had to happen by any means necessary?
I cannot agree with it, Council, because I wasn't responsible for the transfers of users.
Moving them out of Life Esidimeni into an NGO. That's what I'm not referring to the physical transfer out of Life Esidimeni. I'm talking about getting them out into an NGO at any means.
The process, are you referring to the process itself?
The process itself, yes.
The process itself, Council, was a senior management level decision. I was not involved in that.
So, but the parts that you were involved in, that you would move them, so management gives that decision, you move them, it's imperative that you move them, even if it means moving them to structurally unsound buildings. You would do that because they need to move. Would you agree with me?
I'm not clear with your question, Council, if you can just clarify your question again.
So the users had to leave Life Esidimeni by any means necessary.
Yes, I hear that.
So that any means necessary would mean that even if they were moving to to premises that was structurally unsound, you would still move them there because they had to move by any means necessary.
Council, as I've said again, it was a senior management decision and participation, and I was not involved in those meetings with a decision that was taken.
Okay.
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, proceed.
So I'm going to now, with that being said, perhaps you'd be able to answer or understand my question better in respect of the Bushle being Nkosi, because Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that for background purposes, you would agree with me that you had inspected the NGO's Marabastad premises, you inspected it and certified it as compliant.
No, that's incorrect, Council.
Then in terms of the Marabastad compliance, who inspected and certified?
Nobody inspected the Marabastad compliance.
Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that you were at the Marabastad premises, that you were with her at Steve Biko to source beds. You provided 20 beds, she provided 30 beds, so the NGO was ready to accommodate 50 users. hence you certified it ready.
No, Council, I did not. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, continue.
Can I explain, my lady?
Okay.
Can I maybe answer that question? The initial inspection done for Ubutla and Kosi was the venue in Amandasar. The engineers also visited that venue. We went back after everything to do a checkup, myself and Mr. Tubane, and the beds were in place. And that is the only venue that was inspected for Ubutla and Kosi. And the number of allocated beds for that place was 20 beds. And then Mr. Tubane called me and says we should go to Ubutla the following morning. And when we left, he picked me up, and then he was going the Marabastad route. And I asked him, are you still first going to see somebody? Because I see you take a different route going to Ubutla. Then he says, you'll see now. So then he stopped at Marabastad.
Okay, did you go to Marabastad?
Yes, and then we went in, and the reason for that visit was in terms of finances. The NGO manager of that place, that facility, wanted, she hasn't been paid, and apparently there was some negotiation between Ubutla's manager and the NGO manager. And then I explained to them the method of payment again to Ubutla's Nkosi's manager, and that rental is not a departmental function, but it should be a discussion between Ubutla. And then the other manager wanted me to write down an evidence that I will assist Ubutla that they would be paid. I then said to them, I cannot do that. I explained the whole process, and I refer them to the district financial section. I said they should pick that up with the district. They will also explain more or less what I'm saying.
Okay.
And that was all we've done there.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with the place being certified compliant?
No, ma'am. No, my lady, we didn't inspect the place. That was the only, because my question to Mr. Tubane when we went,
I don't want you
when
to
he
give
told
this.
me, he says it
Okay,
was
can I
concerned
cut you
with
here?
finances.
I don't want you to be given these details.
Okay.
The question was just in relation to whether the person you indeed certified the person the place compliant after inspection. So that evidence
was the first premises, not the Marabastad one.
Marabastad, okay.
So you dispute that you came with engineers to sort out the space between the beds, ensure that the Marabastad can take the 50 users, that you dispute Ms. Mbas's evidence in that respect. That never happened according to you.
Yes, we were not at Marabastad premises for inspection.
So, as the head of the NGOs, the evidence you just gave now, you were not aware that Ubutla Nkosi had to move from that original NGO that you're referring to Marabastad, because you were surprised when you were turning into Marabastad. You didn't know that. Was it not your duty to know that?
No, Council, I wasn't aware.
Was it not your duty to know that an NGO was told to move premises?
I'm not sure what your question is, Council.
As the head of the NGOs, you don't know when NGOs move.
Council, remember my responsibility in terms of the project. After the inspections, the initial inspections of all NGOs, the numbers and figures were given through to Dr. Manamela. Then after the completion of the inspections, we took a bit long. Then I went back to the office. And as I've stated earlier, during the second meeting, when I gave feedback, because some NGOs didn't have beds, it was inspected, because we went back to recheck and see if the bed is being placed and what equipment is being placed and all that. Then Dr. Manamela said I should rather not come back to the office and go and look for beds. I should rather go and get more beds, and Dr. Manamela even gave me the Selby number that I should also source CLB didn't have enough, so I went to the various other places I've mentioned earlier on. Mr. Tabane gave me a place in Abelegi, in Soshanguve. So I was mainly looking at beds and then also supporting NGOs who called me who had challenges. So there was no communication as a normal procedure. Normally, yes, I would have maybe known and been part of it, but that was my main responsibility at that time. And I stated earlier to councils that there was very little communication between us.
Us being who?
Excuse me, council?
There was little communication between us, the department, or?
Yes, in general with my colleagues. And then only when I had to divert from what I'm doing or
no, I just need a clarity on who
challenge, I would have gone to Dr. Manamela, but elsewhere there was no normal communication like in.
So I'm going to conclude this point. If you say that's not why you were there.
Mrs. Jacobs, just listen to the question attentively. Where it needs a yes or no, you just give a yes or no. And then where council would like you to expatiate, or he will tell you. Okay. Okay. Or you can ask where you want to clarify. Thank you. Proceed.
I'm concluding this point on the basis that after you, according to Abushlebi Nkosi, had certified Marabastad compliant to accept the users, a month later, as you advised them that representatives from the department would come and further inspect the place, 12 people from the department arrived at the NGO and inspected and found that the premises was structurally unsound. The stairs was a concern, and she was told by Dr. Manamela to find another venue as a matter of urgency. Are you aware of this?
No, council.
So when you went to Marabastad, you saw the stairs and the infrastructure was a problem, and you didn't report it or do anything about it.
We didn't remember. We went to the manager's office.
Okay.
And the brief was the finances and payment to that NGO.
So you didn't look at the building?
No, we didn't look at the building because I was busy and I had to go. So I said to Mr. Tabane, we'll start with the Bootleer. And as I've said again, I thought it was the original premises. Then we ended up in Marabastad. And I asked him, Bootleer now is they moved to Marabastad, and he said yes.
Okay.
And according to you, they are still certified for 20 users, correct?
Yes, that is according to my knowledge. It was not, for the old venue.
Then how were they then authorized to accept 40 users at Marabastad?
I cannot answer that, council. I have no knowledge of that.
But is it not your evidence that it's you and Mr. Franz Tabane who communicates the bed numbers to Dr. Manamela?
Yes, council. That was after our initial inspections.
And so you would have communicated 20?
Yes, council.
And then she receives 40 users?
I don't know how many users were received and when the users were placed at the venue.
So 40 users arrived at Abushlebi Nkosi from Life Esidimeni on the 24th of June 2016.
I'm not aware of that, council.
Okay. So I want to proceed on the aspect of licenses in respect that you had certified Abushlebi Nkosi ready to receive 20 users. It received 40 users, and now we move to license. And we can proceed on the premise that it's your evidence that you are responsible for licensing, correct?
Yes, council.
So can we turn to page 2338?
Twenty-three.
2338.
2338.
My case line is frozen, but while you are there, would you peruse the license? This is Ebuhlebe Inkosi's license, which is at both pages 2338 as well as 2339. So just take a minute to familiarize yourself with both licenses so that when I ask you questions on the license, we don't have to keep referring back to it. Let me know when you're ready for me to proceed.
Yes, Council, I've got it.
So I'm going to refer to 2338 as license 1. And for the sake of the record, the important aspects here is the address being the Centurion address, namely for persons with severe psychiatric disability that would reflect to the users, which the NGO is licensed to receive, correct?
Yes, I see that, Council.
The maximum number of persons is 50. And
Yes.
it is signed on the 1st day of April by Dr. Silibano. You agree with me?
Yes, I see that, Council.
Then refer to the license on page 2339 as license 2. It's in respect of Ebuhlebe Inkosi. It is the Centurion premises. It's for persons with chronic psychiatric disability. The maximum number of persons is 50. Signed on the 1st day of April 2016 by Dr. Manamela. You agree with me?
Yes. Yes, okay. Council, I see it.
So let's begin with, you had just told the court now that you had certified it for 20 users.
That was the Amanda Sig one, the Amanda Sig address.
Right, my page is skipped. I just wanted to go back. In my case, I went back to the top of the page, to the top, the first page. I just want to go back. So there was no certification, inspection, verification of any kind from the Amanda Sig to Marabastad.
Can you just repeat again, Council? There was
no verification or licensing for the move from, you refer to it as the initial premise.
Amanda
Sig to Marabastad. So at Marabastad, there's no license.
Yes, sir.
Then the move to Lensuria, there's no license.
On the second occasion, that was after the Marabastad visit. Mr. Tobani called me again and says I should accompany him. He's going to Ubuntu because there was a problem with the beds. And I thought then we will go to Marabastad again. And then he drove off to Centurion. And I saw that venue also for the first time. And apparently the patient has moved there. I'm not sure about the time duration, a day or two before, and the beds were not as yet there. And then I asked the supervisor who was on the premises, when did the patients arrive there? And he said the previous day. And I said, now, how come there's no beds? Why didn't the beds being placed before the patients arrived? Then he says there was a problem, they're still waiting on the beds. And I asked him, where did the patients, or where are the patients sleeping? And he said on the floor. Then I said to Mr. Tobane, we cannot do anything. I'm going to cancel my stuff and we have to wait there until the beds arrive. And that is what we've done. We remained on that premises. And I was not aware of that movement.
Of the NGO, correct?
Centurion, yes, from Marabastad to Centurion.
No. So let me correct you. They had moved from Marabastad. So I told you that the users arrived on the 24th of June 2016. They then, at the instruction, as I advised, that Dr. Manamela said it's structurally unsound, they need to find a new premises and move immediately. They then moved to Lensuria on the 1st of August 2016. So I presume you were never at the Lensuria premise or aware of it since you went with Tabane from Marabastad to Centurion.
Yes, Council.
Then they moved from Lensuria to Centurion on the 1st of September 2016. And now you were at the
yes,
Centurion.
Council.
You then were at
the Centurion, yes.
So you were not aware of the move from Marabastad to Lensuria, from Lensuria to Centurion, only aware of it when it went to Centurion.
Okay. Yes, the Centurion one, yes, Council.
Okay. So it is your evidence. So what I'm trying to, the clarity I need is this, is the number of users that Obuhle bin Kosi was supposed to accept. Was it 20, was it 40, or was it 50 as per the licenses?
Council, as I've said, I was in the initial licensing and inspection. I've done that, and it was in the Amanda site. And then, if you recall back, I was also asked about licenses previously by other councils. There were 2 occasions where I was called to the office to amend the licenses. And when I was called the 3rd time, I said to Dr. Manamela, make a suggestion. I'm not coming in again because as we've discussed previously, according to my observation, there's a lot of patients within the NGOs, more than what they were supposed to have been placed. And she said to me, yes, she's aware of it, and it will be sorted out afterwards, after the placement of the users. And I said, then only I'll revisit all the NGOs and do the corrections.
Thank you, Mr. Kiba. That is on you.
Please, let's avoid repeating the same evidence. I don't want to be. Yes, when the witness, I mean, it's saying a lot of things that you know they are already on record.
That is true, my lady. I just want to take direction from the court as well as the witness. If I may tell the witness that I don't need that explanation because it's already on the record. I didn't need explanation. I just needed in respect of...
That is a repetition of what is already there. Yes, continue.
Correct. So I just wanted to pick it up from my question of the 20, 40, 50. So the question I followed would have just been, was Obuhle bin Kosi one of the licenses that was adjusted?
The 20 beds at first. That is my recollection.
So it would be one of the licenses that was adjusted?
Council, I cannot answer that because remember it was, I had to go in, change some licenses, and then I was rushed back to what I was busy with. So I cannot recall, and it's a long time ago, which license, which NGO, and the numbers. I was just given the numbers. Oh, I just made the corrections.
So
and
you
can't. No,
is that what you're saying?
I cannot recall.
I'm going to simplify this for you, and perhaps if I ask it this way, you'll be able to answer it. It is your evidence right now that you certified and agreed that Obuhle bin Kosi would get 20 users. I just showed you a license that says 50. Would Obuhle bin Kosi then be one of the NGOs that is adjusted as you agree that you had certified them for 20, yet the license reflects 50? Is that not an adjusted license?
I can say it is an adjusted license, Council.
Thank you. Now, yesterday I had said to you that I'm going to peg the issue of the difference between the licenses. Can you please explain to the court the difference between, namely for persons with severe psychiatric disability versus second license, which is chronic psychiatric disability? What is the difference between those two?
The license for chronic psychiatric disability is for chronic mental health care users, and the one for severe intellectual disability, those is the users that has a different category from the chronic psychiatric disability.
So their level of disability would be more severe in terms of the first license in comparison to the second license?
I can't say, Council, it will be more severe. That is why we have a whole team, because you will find people with severe intellectual disability that also function on different levels. And then you find users with chronic psychiatric disability that also function on different levels. And hence, at each NGO, the occupational therapist, physio, etc., will do a complete, full assessment to determine the functionality of the user.
What with the impact of, before I proceed, which, according to you, which one was Obuhlebe Nkosi eligible to receive, severe or chronic?
Chronic.
Right. So then why is there a license that authorizes them to have severe psychiatric disabled users?
I see the first one is chronic because I'm not aware of the severe for Obuhlebe, because I know they were supposed to have, as you've mentioned yesterday, they were supposed to have chronic females and not males.
Yes, the criteria was...
Severe, let me just, I see here, severe psychiatric disability are those type of users that is ambulant, that can help themselves with little assistance. And the chronic one, it depends on the chronicity of their functionality. They will need more support from staff.
Thank you for that explanation. So you would agree with me that the consequence of that would be that Obuhlebe Nkosi's criteria, they prepared for these chronic, which is users who can feed and look after themselves. However, a license, which you say you don't know the first one, there is a license issued for severe. Users arrive who are severe. The NGO, you would agree with me, the NGO is they're not ready or prepared for such users.
Yes, because remember we've prepared, Council, the initial license for severe psychiatric disability females, and those are the ones that ambulant, that can still help themselves with assistance from staff.
But they had received users who were severe.
I cannot answer that, Council. I wasn't aware of what type of users were placed at the NGO.
And there is a license that reflects that they are licensed to accept severe users. And
Council,
you are
yes,
responsible for licensing.
Yes. Excuse me, Council.
And you are responsible for licensing, and there is a license in their name that licensed them for severe users.
Council, maybe if I can just go a bit back also. Remember, after the initial, there was a time where Dr. Mamela called me and says I should come into the office to change the licenses and for signature for Dr. Salabano. Then I've asked her why, because she already signed some licenses. And then I gave Dr. Mamela, and she said, and I said to her, I'll give her a soft copy. And
we have that
there was quite a discussion. And then eventually I gave her the soft copy. So I was not responsible for, so it could be myself, yes, I don't dispute that, but I can't remember. And also licenses that was printed, because I did not do the Dr. Salabano licenses.
You did not do the Dr. Salabano licenses?
No.
That would be the license. No, it would be the severe license. So this could be the amendments made in the soft copy by Dr. Manamela.
I cannot attest to that and say yes, but all that I'm saying, Council, I gave a soft copy to Dr. Manamela so that she can proceed.
Yeah. And you did not.
There was quite a discussion between the two of us.
You did not. That evidence is on record. So you did. I just want confirmation that the second license was then not issued by you. No, sorry, the severe license was not issued by you.
Council, I don't know how to put this again. I can just say again, the initial license, yes, I'm fully aware and I've done that. But things were really hectic. And I was called in twice to amend licenses.
Okay.
But
yes.
who it was and what it was, I cannot recall and say it's this one and that one and that one. And the third time, when I say it again, I'm not coming in again. Let's complete when the whole process is completed and everything is being rectified. Then I'll redo all the licenses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we pass this? I think she has explained, and then if you
Yes,
have a question around this, I think that has been sufficiently canvassed.
I'll
I
move
don't know
on.
whether you still have questions, but you'll just be revolving on the same issue.
Yes, my lady, I'll move on. You testified that it is your evidence that 58 and 55 patients transferred to Ribafeni. Such an amount is not fair. Not even for an experienced NGO could manage such a transfer. Do you recall that evidence?
No, Council, I can't recall the evidence.
Okay.
If you can tell me when did I say that?
No, we don't have to go around in circles with you. I will then just ask you it again. How many users would you, in your experience, say is fair and sufficient for an NGO to manage in the transfer of mental health care users?
Council, your question or your question that you need me to answer is about, I see it in twofold, but in terms of registration of new NGOs in normal circumstances, you will not allow them to have a lot of users because they're new and then also dependent on their educational experience with mental health clients. In existing clients, you will find from 50 or 100 patients at an NGO, so it differs. And as I've stated again, when we did the initial visits to all the new NGOs with the engineers, the amounts that is being allocated to these NGOs were less than the amounts that is being placed at the NGOs.
I'm not going to push that any further. I'm going to move on in respect of the responsibility of the failures. So unless you require me to take you back to the allocations by Dr. Manamela, you agreed with me that the NGO was not supported, it was not audited, it was not paid, and patients were not well taken care of. So with that in the background, those failures to do those four things, who's responsible for those failures?
In terms of those failures, Council, I've said I did not see that, or I'm not aware, I may have forgotten, because my allocation that I received was the 4 NGOs I've mentioned, number 1. Number 2, all NGOs received their payment very late. Not just a good.
I just need a name, or you don't know. That's all. I don't need an explanation. I don't need an explanation because your evidence is on record. I just need a name.
A name for?
Who's responsible for those failures? If those things happen at the NGO, which we agree they've happened, those failures have happened, who's responsible for those failures?
I cannot give a name, Council.
Then you as the head of NGOs, would it not be on your head?
Council, in terms of the project, I was assigned all other duties, so I did not perform my normal duties as head of the NGOs.
Okay. Proceed.
So, it's your evidence that the change of the address. So when an NGO changes address, you are responsible for changing that address. Do you recall that evidence?
No, Council, I did not say that. I didn't say I'm responsible for changing the addresses.
Who's responsible for changing the addresses when an NGO moves?
Council, in terms of the project, the initial addresses provided
in terms of
NGOs, yes, I've done that. I was responsible. But change of addresses or change of venues for these facilities during the project, I was not responsible.
Who was responsible?
I don't know, Council.
Okay. I just want to check my... Okay, can we then turn to page 36610, paragraph 20. This is your statement. 36610. Paragraph 20. I don't need you to read the entire paragraph. The only aspects I wish to canvass with you is if you can read from the 7th line, if I'm not mistaken. It begins with the clinical file contains the patient's medical history, which was of importance to the NGOs.
Yes, sir.
And then just continue reading, and then you can end at required urgent care, full stop. However, you don't need to read the remainder of, no, sorry. However, many of these critically ill patients ended up at NGOs until there. I don't need the remainder of the paragraph.
Okay, I've read that portion.
So again, in respect of Esidimeni Inquest, your reference here, the reason why I've brought you here is in reference to, when you say, however, many of these critically ill patients ended up at NGOs, would you agree with me that Esidimeni Inquest is one of these NGOs where critically ill patients ended up?
No, I cannot agree with that, Council.
So why is Esidimeni Inquest not one of these NGOs where critically ill patients ended up?
Because I was not aware what type of patients has been placed at Ubuntu. I didn't see the patients at Ubuntu.
So you had certified
the initial placement.
In the initial placement, you don't know
yes,
who. Okay. I'm not going to take that further. Then in the aspect of the HIV and tuberculosis, the NGO had 3 users that had HIV. 2 was on a first regimen of medication. 1 was on the second. Apologies, I just need to move so that the lights can go back on. Thank you. And 1 was on the second regime of medication. So the reason why I'm referring you to this in your evidence is, are you aware that they had received medication in terms of HIV, the 2 that was on the first regime of medication? They only received medication for 1, and they had to share that medication between 2 people. Are you aware of that?
No, Council, I'm not aware.
Would you agree with me that the impact of this highlights the medication crisis that we discussed yesterday?
I cannot agree with it, Council, because I wasn't aware.
No, but just because you're not aware doesn't take away from the fact that there was a medication crisis at the NGO.
Council, if I can answer in this way, there was a medication crisis at a lot of NGOs, not just Ubuntu. And that is why I intervened to assist with the rectification of medication, as I've mentioned earlier on in my statement.
And the consequence of that medication crisis is not in the best interest of these users because they need their medication.
And that is why I've intervened, Council, to rectify the situation.
It is not you'd agree with me, it's not the user's best interest for 2 users to share 1 bit of medication because there's no medication, because the
yes,
NGO
I agree with that. I agree with that, Council.
Thank you. Then I need clarification on this point. Certain users arrived at the NGO with medication that was psychiatric and chronic ailments. Physical conditions had to be taken care of by the NGO. Would you agree with me?
Where do you read that, Council?
No, this is not in your statement. I'm asking you this question.
Yes, as it was mentioned previously, psychiatric patients may have comorbidities. So it's not just a psychiatric diagnosis, but also a medical diagnosis.
So an NGO would receive users with physical ailments and not know how to diagnose them, nor have and the medication for those ailments are on them to take care of.
That is why, Council, when patients arrived at the NGO, and it's according to protocol that within the first 7 days, those patients need to be seen by a medical officer.
Yes,
to
but
indicate what the diagnosis is and to exclude challenges.
Now, remember, Abushlebe Nkosi had no support for that time period. So the physical conditions of these users would have to be carried by the NGO. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you.
So, for example, antibiotics, that would have to be sourced by the NGO because they would arrive with only psychiatric medication and not medication for physical ailments.
Council, I can really not answer to that because I wasn't aware. If I've known, I could have answered you. I don't know the circumstances around that.
No. So let me ask this generally. So if everything went the way it was supposed to, when an NGO receives a mental health care user, they arrive with medication for their psychiatric ailments. Is it the NGO's responsibility to medicate their physical ailments?
No, Council.
It's not the NGO's responsibility to...
No.
So whose responsibility is it to take care of the user's physical ailments?
The patient is being treated and looked at in totality, not just psychiatrically, but everything concerns the patient, the total patient, what's needed for that patient.
Now, in the Marathon Project, in respect of Abushlebe Nkosi, there being no support, they would have been, they weren't linked to a clinic, so that would mean no psychiatric medication anymore, and never receiving medication for physical ailments. Is that normal? Is that fine? Are you comfortable with that's how things go?
No, Council.
So whose responsibility was that?
Council, as I've explained earlier on, I wasn't aware because I received a list for NGOs that I was reported that I had to look and support. So I wasn't aware.
So you not being aware that you were allocated to Abushlebe Nkosi. Abushlebe Nkosi suffered gravely. So that failure, whose responsibility is that failure?
During the project, Council, I cannot answer that.
Would it not be...
We are repeating the same question. I think this question was asked previously. Mr. Prof, can you please avoid doing that?
If I may, I just want to check my notes, my lady. I'm reaching the end of... No, there is an aspect of... So, the elderly. You are aware that the criteria is for under 60-year-old users, because is there a different license for the elderly?
No, Council, the same license, but the category will be indicated on the license.
So there's no category on either of these licenses for the elderly. You'd agree with me?
Yes, I've seen that, Council.
So Abushlebe Nkosi should have never received elderly, sickly users.
I cannot answer that, Council. I was not present when the patients were sent from life.
According to the license,
I did not notice the patients being placed at Ubutle.
No, you're not understanding my question. According to the license, according to the
yes, give her the chance to finish, and then you proceed. Please let there not be a dialogue between the two of you. Yes, continue with your question.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, I've said I do see the license, but I cannot answer the information on the license and the placements that were the users that was sent from live to Ubutle. I was not notified, and as I've stated earlier to other councils, I never have seen patients arrived at NGOs. I will only get them when NGOs called me when they experience challenges. Then I'll go to the sent and sort it out.
We understand that evidence. As you're looking at the license, does it make provision for that particular category? That is what Mr. Profi wants to know. As just yourself, who is well conversant with the issuing of licenses. You are seeing this license. Would you say it really accommodated that particular category?
No, my lady.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So would you agree with me that the consequence of that, when these elderly users arrived, is that the NGO was not ready or licensed or capable of taking care of the elderly?
I would say so, Council.
Thank you. So this is what would then prompt Ms. Sanello recommending to you to change the license, as we discussed yesterday. And further to that, the manager of the NGO says that she interacted with you in respect of the elderly, but nothing was done because they were eating away at her limited budget, and she was never supposed to receive such users.
Council, I cannot remember the manager called me informing me about the elderly. I cannot recall discussing it with me, number one. Number two, yes, I know the differences, and even the facility needs to be appropriate having the elderly. And as I said, I did not see both facilities. I did not inspect it to see the availability to carry the load for elderly. And then also, as you've rightfully said, the financial burden, there is a difference in payment for your severe and your elderly.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, I just want to find out, it's 1 minute past 1. Are you wrapping up so that when we come back after the lunch adjournment?
My lady, may I ask, with indulgence from the court, to just go slightly into lunch so that I may conclude, so that the next council can take over when we return?
So should you take the lunch adjournment now?
No, my lady, may I conclude?
Conclude, so please. You can do that.
There's just two aspects that, in terms of your interaction with Ms. Mbasha of Esidimeni Inquest, it was in respect of what we just concluded now, the elderly, and then secondly, the issue of rent, that when she moved to the Centurion, she now had to pay rent, which ate further into her already limited budget, impacting her ability to take care of the users. And so she asked you about this rent aspect. Do you recall this conversation?
No, Council.
Okay. Then in my conclusion, I'm concluding now, my lady, that you communicated the NGO's criteria in respect of the users they were prepared for and licensed for, they were not capable of caring for the users they received. All these users, so the users that Esidimeni Inquest has to account for before this court, they are all over the age of 60. So given the failure of the criteria and what you had just advised was a failure, that failure would then fall on your hands. And would you agree with me that their deaths could have been avoided but for this failure of not allocating the correct users to the correct NGO?
I disagree with your statement, Council.
So you disagree with me that
yes,
the NGO received users that were over the age of 60, which they were not licensed to do. If that never happened, they would have been allocated to a NGO that was supposed to take care of the elderly. You disagree with that?
Council, I don't disagree with your statement. I said I disagree with the statement you're putting forth to me and says that I know. I've stated earlier again, I was responsible for the initial inspections of all NGOs, and we gave the numbers through. I was not aware in terms of placement, leaving Life Esidimeni, placement at NGOs, and that goes for all NGOs. So I cannot talk in terms of that. And the initial criteria was taken.
Just a second. Mr. Late, I noticed you late.
As a court, please, my lady.
Yes, I didn't recognize. I was just.
I've listened
Yes.
to a lot of general questions and general aspects that the witness must answer to regarding whether some of the deceased would not have died if this or that happened. While we are at this stage and I have this opportunity, does Mr. Purphy have information that any of the deceased died because they were elderly and put in a NGO that they should not have been? If he does have that information, I would like him to put that to the witness, because that is in the end what this court must find. Not in general whether the people were dealt with fairly, but whether or not what anyone had done caused their death. If Mr. Prather has that information for us, I would like him to put it to the witness. This person and that person had died because they could not have been cared for because they were elderly. That's cool.
Mr. Profi?
But I hear Mr. Litt's concern, and my response to it is that it is set out in, I find it more appropriate to deal directly with that when Ms. Mbasha takes the stand in respect of the 3 users that she has to answer to. It's merely for, I just needed this witness to acknowledge the licenses and that the license were not endorsed for the elderly. The remaining of the aspects in terms of the 3 users, how they died, their ages, that Ms. Mbasha will come and tell the court.
Okay.
And then it's for the court to find that the licenses not being endorsed had an impact on those users.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Late?
That's cool, please, Malari, but if you ask to witness this general question, why don't put the detail to the witness? This person died at the Bushland because she was elderly and could not have been cared for. Then this witness can answer to that and put to the witness what the cause of death was.
Okay.
Of the specific mental health care user, because that is what the court at the end must find.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Late. In any event, I think you have, unless you have those specifics, that evidence has already been captured. I think I recognized you late. It's already on record. Are you done with your questions, Mr.? If you have specifics, you can indicate that to the witness. If you don't, I mean, I hope that you have just fully canvassed this issue.
I've canvassed the issue that I want to canvass.
Yes, so
so I'm not going to.
Do you still have questions?
I do have one more question.
Okay, please.
It is my instruction that had the witness provided community mentorship and training, capacity building and resources, the linking of the NGO to a clinic, the NGO would have been in a better position to facilitate better healthcare for the users they were allocated. Would she agree with that?
Council already answered that question yesterday in terms of training and the linkage.
But do you agree?
Do
you agree or disagree, and then we lay it to rest?
Yes, it would have helped. I agree.
You agree? Thank you. I have no further witness for the
Thank you very much. The witness is warned. I think this is an opportune time for us to take a lunch adjournment. I see it's 8 minutes past 9 minutes past 1. Can we resume at 10 past 2?
Scott, please, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Please the court, my lady.
Please the court.
Okay. I see it's not yet 10 past. And I see the number of people here is not enough. It's about 34. Maybe I should wait a bit.
Ja, meneer Leid. Ik heb het aangeschakeld. Hij is nou aan, hè?
Wacht maar even weer. Skalpel is af.
Net afschakelen.
We have reconstituted. Where is the witness? Thank you. Jacobus, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Pitlela, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Troll Pitlela, Legal Aid South Africa. I'm representing Ms. Diane Noile and Ms. Ethel Ngube, Ms. Dorothy Franks.
I think there's something wrong from your, I don't know whether there's an echo.
I don't know where it's coming from because from my end, there's nothing that's on.
I hope we're not going to hear it again. Yes, continue.
Yes, as I was saying, I'm representing.
It should be from your side, something I don't know. Because as you move, we hear something.
I don't understand, my lady, because.
Okay. Can you give her the name of these institutions or does she know everyone there?
The name of the institutions.
No, you can just say this institution and then, yeah, there's something wrong. I don't know whether it comes from, is it from my side? The others, what do they hear?
I don't think so, my lady. I think it's somebody else from the participants there. Advocate Lyle Mboweni.
I don't see anything. Miss Mboweni?
Yeah, it looks like her mic is on because she's the one reflecting in black on this thing.
Something is disturbing us there. Just check your connection, please. Thank you. Let's continue.
Yes, Ms. Ethel Ngube is the CEO of Precious Angels.
Yes, Council.
Ms. Diane Noile is the Director of Siabadinga.
Yes, Council.
Ms. Karina Morale, it's for Santaka Mungailwa Tredgeville branch, also known as Tsepong Healthcare Center.
Yes, Council.
And then you have, lastly but not least, Ms. Dorothy Franks, and she's with Anchor House.
Yes, Council.
Anchor Home, rather.
Is it Dorothy Sikukun or Franks? Franks.
Yeah, Dorothy Franks.
Okay, for Anchor House. Okay, continue.
Yes, my lady. Now, seeing as I'm representing various people in this matter, and to facilitate the process, we'll start with Ms. Dorothy Franks, and then based on the answers that we get, we'll then decide on who to follow next. But with each transition, I'll indicate to you that we are now moving on to the next, to the next, I don't know whether to call them respondents or what. So I hope that you understand how the process is going to unfold.
Yes, they're the representative of those NGOs, whether you call them owners, CEO, or whatever.
Yeah, my lady, I'm actually the representative of the individuals and not the
Yes,
NGO.
no, we understand that, but
Yes.
in respect of those NGOs, there are, whether you call them owners, CEOs, directors, members of those NGOs, yes.
As it pleases, my lady. So, Ms. Friends, sorry, Mr. Jagobas.
Yes, Council.
I want you to assist me to understand part of the process and part of your responsibilities as the Deputy Director for Mental Health in Gauteng.
Yes,
As a starting point, what I would like to understand is, are you still occupying that position at present?
No, Council.
Are you on retirement perhaps, or?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, during the time where you were still occupying the position, I take it from your statement, because I've got an affidavit, it's page 36592. It says that my duties and responsibilities include inter alia oversee NGOs in Gauteng province.
Yes, Council.
What is not clear so far to me, since I joined the proceedings, is these NGOs that are involved, which you are overseeing, or which you're overseeing at the time. So if perhaps you can educate me in that regard, so that I know which ones fell within the purview of your responsibilities and which ones fell beyond that. So we don't have to delay me asking you questions about things that don't fall into your scope of work.
Thank you, Council. In terms of my responsibility is I'm responsible supporting all NGOs in all 5 sub-districts in Gauteng.
The reason I'm asking you this question, ma'am, is because in the same document, it starts on page 36592, it's an affidavit, and I think it ends on page 36619. I don't know if you want to jump to that document quickly so that I can try to understand.
Yes, Council.
Yes, because I see on paragraph 6.10 on page 36600, 36,600, where you indicate that you only became aware of Siabadinga occupying wards at CCRC when 2 of their patients passed away. So I'm just trying to get a broader picture of your responsibilities in this regard.
Yes, Council. As stated in my statement.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes. Yes, Council.
Yes. I'm just asking you to clarify for me, because I take it that even Siabadinga is one of the NGOs in the province. So here you are saying you only knew about them occupying wards when 2 of their patients passed away. Just so that I get a proper a broader outlook in terms of what you were responsible for and what you are not responsible for, because I see that most of the time we dwelt on things that didn't really concern you as such.
Yes, Council, I'm responsible for all NGOs within Gauteng to support and assist them. But in terms of Siabadinga, I only became known with Siabadinga when we were sent in terms of the deaths that occurred there to investigate and find out what was going on and to obtain reports concerning the deaths.
Okay. Then I assume that my lady, I saw that Advocate Late had raised her hand. I don't know whether it was mistaken or what.
I didn't see that. Mr. Late, did you raise a hand? I didn't notice that.
My lady,
Yes,
yes, it was a mistake. But
I didn't notice that. Please, you must let me. Yes.
My learned friend should just remember the evidence of the witness regarding Siabadinga is that Siabadinga was not licensed. It was not an NGO, an official NGO that she had dealt with.
Correct, yes.
I don't know, my lady, if I should respond to
Pichel,
that.
I'm quiet because I realized that you came in the proceedings late, but some of the questions that you have just asked now, I don't know, you said you're asking them under the banner of clarity. You're saying you're asking them in order for the witness to clarify you. But most of what you are asking is already on record. So I don't know, you can continue. We'll just
My lady, my dilemma is, it actually comes from the manner in which the cross-examination was being conducted by other counsels, because they kept referring to my client's statements.
Yes.
When it was not for them to do that. So the fact that they refer to a statement does not preclude me, because I'm the one who actually has to refer to those statements. I did not object during the proceedings because I felt that the court is well aware of what is happening and it will afford me an opportunity to be able to deal thoroughly with my client's defense. So where I'm going to be repeating is because actually the evidence is properly on record for the first time, because I'm the relevant person who should have brought it on record, and not the cross-examination that was conducted by others before me.
You can just remind the witness about what she has testified about, and so not for her to repeat that evidence, just to put that to her, and then from there, obviously, what you will be raising will be a different issue because maybe the others have also raised their different issues in relation to the evidence. But I'm just awaiting that. Please refrain from repeating the same questions that were asked, because the evidence on record, as Mr. Late has just put it, is that she was not aware of Siabadinga until she was told about this death. And then when she went to Kalinen, she found that there was this NGO there.
Yeah, but in fact, Mr. Late went further and says evidence is that Siabadinga is not even an NGO, and hence I was taken aback.
Okay, you can go there. You continue,
if you
but
want
we
to
must just
testify, you have the opportunity to do so. My lady, ma'am.
Yes,
there's
Council.
another point of clarity that I require with regard to a meeting that was held on the 13th of November, because I see from the statement it says the 15th of December. I've not had the occasion to look at the amendment, so I was wondering if perhaps that date has been amended or whether there was another meeting. You can go to page 36597. 36597. That's paragraph 6.4.
I'm just getting there.
Okay. Yes, it makes reference to as a meeting, an initial meeting with prospective NGOs at Sterkfontein Hospital on the 13th December 2015. So I just wanted clarity on that, because the documents that I have before me, in particular, an email on page 363, which appears to have been authored by yourself, and which copies several individuals on it, indicates that the meeting will be held on the 13th of November. So I was wondering if perhaps there was another meeting on the 13th of December that perhaps I'm not aware of.
No, Council, you're correct. That was a meeting that was held at Sterkfontein. It was the first formal meeting for all NGOs within the southern and western side of Gauteng. I was tasked to send out an email to all the coordinators to inform them about the meeting.
What was the date of the meeting? Is it the 13th of November or the 13th of December? That's what Council wants to know. Did I capture it the right way, Council?
Correct, ma'am. I'm indebted to the court.
What is the response, ma'am?
Let me just go to the date there. Council, which is it 6.3, the date?
It's on 6.4, madam, on page 36597.
I've got 6.4.
Yes, you will see there's a reference there. I think it's paragraph 3, 6.4.
It's 13 December.
Yes.
Yes, Council.
So I just wanted to be sure that the meeting, the invitation that is reflected on page 363, being an email that appears to have been authored by yourself, and it has been accepted, I believe, as H5. I'm not sure if the H5 is how it was marked on the record or not, but the meeting appears to be the 13th of November 2015, and yet the statement indicates the 13th of December 2015. So I wanted to understand if there was perhaps another meeting beyond this one, maybe a month later on the 13th that was held with the NGOs consent.
Council, the first meeting was held at Sterkfontein and the second one in December at Westkoppies Hospital.
Okay, so here, because the reference is to... Sorry, ma'am?
I said it was 2 meetings, one held at Sterkfontein Hospital and one at Westkoppies Hospital.
Okay. Now, with regard to the meeting that you are referring to on paragraph 6.4, that's the one that I need clarity on, because it says Sterkfontein, but the date seems to contradict the email, which is dated the 13th of November 2015. So I wanted to know if maybe reference here, maybe there's an error which can be corrected. It's nothing major. Or whether there was another meeting and you indicate there are 2 meetings, one held on such a date and one held on such a date. I would advise you to get page 363. I think it contains the relevant email that I'm referring to and that I'm reading from, which was an invitation by you. Yes, 363.
Council, I've sent the minutes, the meeting notification, the email out to the coordinators, and the coordinators in turn sent out to all the NGOs.
Okay. But the date of the meeting, because I'm talking about the date of the meeting, nothing more, nothing less. I just want to be sure if there's not another meeting that was held on the 13th of December, perhaps, because the date seems to...
No, this is the email.
Yes. Does it refer to the same meeting that you are indicating in paragraph 6.4 of your statement?
No, the Sterkfontein one was in Sterkfontein and there was one at Westkoppies for the Tshwane NGOs. This one is for the Tshwane NGOs.
I don't know if the court will come to our assistance, because what I'm trying to clarify is actually
Let me look at the email.
It was on the 13/11/2015. According to the email, yeah.
And it says, maybe let me read it for you. Dear all, be informed of the meeting scheduled for all NGOs in the regions to attend. Please be informed that an urgent meeting scheduled for the 13/11/2015 for 9:30. The meeting date will be on issues regarding the Life Esidimeni movement. All NGO managers must be present to discuss NGO placement and admissions. Venue, Sterkfontein Hospital Auditorium, date 13 November 2015, time 9:30. So I just wanted to clarify whether this meeting, because you mentioned here that Sterkfontein Hospital. So I assumed when I looked at this email that there must be an error with reference to the date. Because here is 13 November 2015, but here is 13 December 2015. So I wanted to afford you an opportunity because timeline is very important in this case. Things happen according to a timeline, a specific timeline. And that has not been properly established. And that's why I come in.
Do you understand this, Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, I'm looking, my lady. What I understand from the email here, it's dated for the 13th November 2015.
As you just go down, if you scroll down,
yes,
on the same email, it shows that you sent out this email on the 9th of November 2015 at 10:25. And then you are informing them about this meeting that has been scheduled to take place on the 13th of November 2015, and the venue is Sterkfontein Hospital. Now the question, if I understand what Council is trying to establish from you, he wants to know whether the date that you are referring to in your statement on page 36597, paragraph 6.4, about this meeting at Sterkfontein, whether this is the same meeting that which has been referred to in this email, because now the date there is the 13th of December. He wants to know whether there could have been a mistake of the dates. Is that the same meeting, number one? If not, was there any other? It means then there were two meetings at Sterkfontein.
No, my lady, there were two meetings, one at Sterkfontein and one at Westkoppies.
But if we look at paragraph, just a second, paragraph 6.4 talks about a meeting of the 15th, of the 13th of December, also at Sterkfontein, which is which now? Look at paragraph 6.4.
Yeah, I see now. I'm sure I must have mixed the dates.
Yes.
Because the Sterkfontein meeting was before the Westkoppies one. The Westkoppies one was in December, and the Sterkfontein one, I think, was in November.
Okay.
It was two different meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, please.
Does that clear your question, Mr. Pitlela? Can we move on, please?
Scott, please, my lady. Ma'am, my understanding of the responsibilities regarding the care of mental health care users is that ultimately it lies with the Gauteng Department of Health and your directorate as well. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, Council.
Now, when the project started, without getting into the particulars of that, a general outlook would be that NGOs were invited to show interest in participation into the project.
Yes, Mr. Late, I'm sorry. Just a second, Mr. Pitlela, there is a hand from Mr. Late. Mr. Late?
I'm sorry, my lady. It's again a mistake. I'm trying to get the picture of the witness on my screen, but I can't get it, and I per fault pressed the hand.
Oh, okay, all right. You may proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
What pleases, my lady?
But where is the witness? Can you?
I'm here, my lady. I can see you.
Can you see us? We can't see you.
Yes, my lady.
I don't know what
I can
is
see myself.
Mr. Late, if you can assist the witness, we can't see her.
I can see you.
Ek kan jou ook nie sien nie. Dus eerlijk.
Can you see her, Mr. Pitlela?
No, my lady, not yet. Oh, there she
The only
is.
way, my lady, I think the only way will be for me to go out and come back again, but then we will waste time. But we can leave and just connect again. Because I can also not see her.
Okay.
But she's standing behind you. God pleases.
We can see you, Mr. Late.
Can you see the witness? I'm referring to the other counsel.
I can't see the witness, but since the camera is switched to a different room.
Technology, Mr. Mr. Late.
Can you ladies see me now?
Yes, can she sit there so that we can continue? Because
Yes,
I can see that you are really.
I'll have to move to my other office, my lady.
Okay, all right. It seems you moved with the camera to that office. Can you hear us, Mr. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela?
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, what I wanted to understand is the process involved in getting the NGOs to participate in the project. The overall function or oversight function was still to be performed by the officials of the Gauteng Department of Health to ensure that the patients are placed in the proper places, they are taken care of, there's medication, there's this and there's that.
Yes, Council.
Now, if an official of the department were to visit an NGO and found that the mental health care users are in imminent danger or are facing threats of bodily harm or are being malnourished or neglected, then there is a responsibility on that official to report this incident or this occurrence to the relevant authorities or to the senior or to the head of the health department to ensure that those patients are removed from the care of that NGO immediately. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, the powers to terminate an NGO's license lie within the Department of Health. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
And the purpose behind this process of checks and balances and monitorings is to ensure that these NGOs fulfill the function and the mandate of the Gauteng Department of Health as an extension of the department. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Council.
And that at all material times, these NGOs act under the auspices. I don't know, we seem to have lost the witness, my lady.
Come again?
We seem to have lost the witness. She's not
No,
appearing.
she's there. I can see her.
Oh, I can't see her.
Can you hear Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, Council, like this?
Yes,
It's a bit
that's
better
fine.
now.
It's much better, yes.
I'm saying that the performance of the functions of these NPOs, because the department, the Gauteng Department of Health, is the one that issues these NPOs or NGOs with licenses after it has satisfied itself that they have fulfilled certain requirements. And where those requirements are not fulfilled, the department would, by necessary implication, not issue a license to an NGO.
That's correct, Council.
Even where patients have been placed with an NGO, the Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Directorate at district or provincial level still has a duty towards the mental health care users. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Now, I'm not going to go into the evidence that is already on record. We all know that what has been said is that things did not go according to plan. I'll leave it at that. But what I wanted to understand is the types of mental health care users. My understanding of the Mental Health Care Act is it refers to voluntary and involuntary mental health care users. I just wanted to get clarity on the category for the majority of those users. Were they there voluntarily to participate in the project, or were they the category of mental health care users that were called involuntary?
Are you talking now in general for all NGOs, Council? Before I answer?
No.
Specifically to anchor.
No, Mefro Jacobas. I'm talking about my understanding of the Mental Health Care Act and how it categorizes these mental care users. Now, for them to come into the system, they can either come into the system on a voluntary basis or on an involuntary basis. Are you with me? So,
yes.
Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, Council.
Is there a different category of how a mental health care user can come into the system, except for state patients, of course? But then that would also be a category of involuntary.
Yes, Council.
So if you look at the Mental Health Care Act, it also distinguishes between these two categories of persons or mental health care users.
Three categories, Council.
Pardon?
Voluntary. Three categories: voluntary, assisted, and involuntary.
Yes, that's what I needed to hear from you. Now, with each and every category, there are certain responsibilities that has to follow. Ladies, since we lost the witness again, I don't know if she can hear me.
Yes, I can hear and see you, Council.
Okay, unfortunately, I can't see you from my side.
You can't see the witness. What is the problem?
Now she's visible, my lady.
Okay.
So you mentioned the three categories. So what I wanted to understand, because we are talking of people who lost their lives. Now, I think it's common cause amongst all of us that these people were already in the system. And they fell into the system and they were categorized under different categories. As the three that you mentioned, there were assisted, there was voluntary, and there was involuntary.
Yes, Councillor.
Now, I've looked into the Mental Health Care Act, and it mentions instances where a person can be transferred from one institution to another. And
Yes,
part of those requirements are the requirement of consent is one, or through permission from the next of kin.
Yes.
To mention just those two. So what I wanted to understand with regard to the marathon project, did the patients consent to be transferred to these different NGOs?
That I cannot answer, Council.
Continue.
Okay, I'll work on the basis that they did not consent, unless you would want to correct me on that. Because to me it says that. Pardon, ma'am?
Council, you say, if I can correct, I said that I cannot testify to that because I wasn't part of the transfers of patients from life to NGOs.
Mr. Late?
If I might assist my learned friend, my lady, this witness's evidence was from the start that she was not part of the decision-making process regarding the transfer or the closing of Life Esidimeni. She has no knowledge thereof. And there's none of the other evidence that disputes that part of her evidence. So to cross-examine her on the decision-making process is not going to take this court anywhere because she doesn't know what's going on. And that is the evidence.
Coupled to that, if as far as I can recall, her evidence was further that she was not she was not involved in the transfers.
Not even in the transfers, that's correct. No.
Yes. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, the witness is a director in the Department of Health. The questions that I'm asking her are questions that she should be able to answer in the same way I'm able to pose questions about mental health issues when I'm not a mental health expert. It does not require rocket science for her to apply her mind to a question and to answer it. And we are looking at this thing holistically. Now, my approach has been to shy away from all that has previously been repeated and to focus on what I believe is important and what this inquiry should be, the direction that this inquiry should have been following. Hence, I'm posing this question and I'm not dwelling on it. It was simply a question she answered and I'm ready to move on from that. So if we can avoid objecting at every stage, we are not going to get anywhere because it takes us 5 minutes to listen to an objection and then at the end of the day, it's not taking us anywhere. And time is not on our side.
Mr. Lee?
Hi, lady. Sorry that I'm laughing. You asked her the question, and she says she can't comment on that because she doesn't know. Then my learned friend goes in and says, okay, I'll assume, I'll work from the assumption that they did not give consent. How can he question a witness who doesn't know on an assumption of which there was no evidence? You can't do that. It's unfair to the witness. It doesn't help you tell the court now he's not going to dwell on it. He did ask the question. I must
Thank
object.
you very much. Mr. Pitlela, the question.
For the benefit of time, I'll withdraw that last question, Malay.
Okay. I was just saying, if I may, I was just going to say, in fact, this question, the witness has answered that she cannot answer. Then can we live with that? Can you live with that? And then we proceed, please.
As it pleases, Malay.
Yes. Continue.
Now, Mrs. Jacobas.
Yes,
in your experience within the mental health care field, when a patient gets transferred from one institution to another, they should be able to consent to that process taking place.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, also in your experience, as a mental health care director, these three categories of patients that you mentioned involuntary, you mentioned assisted, and you mentioned voluntary.
Involuntary
Yes, involuntary, voluntary, and assisted.
and assisted, correct.
Yes. There are only specific circumstances wherein consent would not be a requirement. Do you agree with me, Mrs. Jacobus?
In terms of, if I understand your question correctly, Council, in terms of transfer or discharge of a mental health care user will be determined by the condition of the user and clarified by the treating physician. So the practitioner will decide whether this person is going to be sent out voluntary. Then the patient will be discharged completely from the first institution to the other. If it's assisted or involuntary, depending on the functionality and condition of that user. And then the physician will make a choice between the two of them, how this person is going to be discharged.
Thank you for educating me, Mrs. Jacobus. We are learning as we go along. I wanted to refer you to a document that is a report. My lady, I beg your pardon just while I'm sorting myself out. The document is on page 30252, and this document 30252, sorry, 30252.
30252.
Thank you.
Yes. It appears to be a report around the transferring of patients from Life Esidimeni.
Yes, Council.
On page 30254.
Yes,
it's headed application, and then it goes down to documentation needed for admission.
Yes.
And then it says application shall be accompanied by formal assessment reports from the following health practitioners.
Yes.
Then it also recommends on the next page, following that, the heading is periodic reviews, and it ends on the next page, that's page 30255.
255, yes.
Yes, 30255. It says at the top there that assisted mental health care users will be periodically reviewed in terms of Section 30 of the Mental Health Care Act. In brackets, it says 6 months after the commencement of care, treatment, and rehabilitation services, and every 12 months thereafter.
Yes, Council.
Yes. Now, there is a timeline that is given in this report with reference to patients that perished while in the care of different institutions, and that is on page 30271.
Let me just go there. 3071.
0271. It's still on the same document.
Sorry. Can you just repeat again, Council?
30271.
71.
Yes.
Yes.
It details a timeline. It's columns, no? With reference to CCRC.
Yes, Council.
Yes. My lady, are you still there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, your picture disappeared, so.
Has it disappeared? I'm not aware of that because
Now
I'm looking
back
at
now.
the statement, in fact.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
Yes. So at the bottom of that statement, the same paragraph 3, she says that the Anchor Center was not registered as an NGO
That's
at the
correct.
time. Now,
That
my
is at the
understanding,
time of the meeting.
yes,
Continue.
my understanding of your email, that is page 363, was to invite all NGO managers who must come and discuss NGO placement and admissions. And the meeting was scheduled for all NGOs in the regions to attend. Now, you'll agree with me that inviting Ms. Dorothy Franks to that meeting was not part of your task or your mandate. Because
Yes,
she was
Council.
not yet an NGO at the time. There was no NGO of that nature at the time.
Yes, Council.
Now, moving along, paragraph 4, the statement reads that Ms. Hannah J. Jacobas suggested that I should open a new NGO and get a place as there was a need for NPOs. End of the first portion of paragraph 4. Do you agree with that statement?
No, Council.
So you are denying that you are the one who made the suggestion that Ms. Dorothy Franks should open an NGO.
Yes, Council.
I also deny, going further down, same paragraphs, a place was identified. It says that around March 2016, you asked her as to whether she had registered an NPO and had managed to get a place. And her answer was that she was still waiting for an NPO certificate and did not manage to acquire the place to operate.
Where are we now?
That was in March 2016. We are still on paragraph 4, my lady, of that statement. This is the statement from my client.
Yes, continue. I see that.
So she's saying that in March of 2016, you asked her whether she had registered that NPO and managed to get a place to operate, I assume. You told her that no, you're still waiting for an NPO certificate and that you did not manage to acquire a place to operate. Do you agree with this statement?
No, Council.
In April of 2016, she says that she was notified that there was an open space at Kalafong Hospital and that Hannah Jacobas indicated that I and Ethel should go to Kalafong Hospital to meet her there and view the place. You agree with the statement?
Council, can I answer on that? Can I
Yes, but
elaborate
the
on
first
that?
question is, do you agree with the statement?
No,
Yes or
no,
no,
ma'am.
then you can
No.
explain if you want to explain. So the answer is no. Okay. Continue.
Okay. She says that I went to Kalafong Hospital and met Hannah Jacobs in the company of Ethel Ngube. And then there's a full stop there. Do you agree with this part of the statement? That she came to Kalafong Hospital and met you in the company of Ethel Ngube.
I agree with that statement, but it wasn't just the two of them. There were 4 people that was met there.
Okay, continue.
It goes that
This sound, where does it
you
come from?
by necessary.
It's going to distract the record. Continue.
It says that there were 2 unused words that she had identified for me. And my assumption is that it's still a reference to you, Ms. Hannah Jacobas. Do you agree with this statement?
No, Council.
No.
Continue, Mr. Pitlela.
Goes on further. One of the wards was totally vandalized and the other one was still in good condition. I was required to renovate the place at my own expense. The Department of Health sent the engineers to inspect the 2 wards allocated to me, and they indicated that the place was not suitable for human habitation. Do you agree with this statement?
Council, I don't agree with that whole statement, because the version is not as reflected as it was.
You are allowed to give your own version now.
Okay,
because
what
this
happened,
is the version
Council?
that's going to be presented by my client.
What happened, Council? There was a call was put out to all NGOs, existing NGOs and new ones. And it was said that the new and existing NGOs that wants to expand can partake. And as I've said previously, there were, before the 2 formal meetings, there were individual meetings held at our 6th Street building, and people attended. It was a lot of people that attended.
Okay.
And then after that, the people indicated that wanted to partake and expand or open up new NGOs. And that is how Ethel Ngube and Mrs. Franks came into being. And then I was tasked to look at new NGOs and hospitals in terms of step-down beds. Then at Kalafong, then Dr. Manamela says there's, because these were the indication that there's some of the people that wants to open but does not have a place. Then Dr. Manamela said to me, I should look at the Kalafong, and then the 4 managers can utilize the space at Kalafong Hospital. And it was a whole process.
The 4 managers, are you
Yes.
including these 2 Dorothy
Yes.
friends?
Yes, my lady, these 2, and then the other was Sitovo and
If
Lechai.
you say these 2 is Dorothy friends,
And
Anchor.
Anchor and Precious Angels.
Okay. Ethel Ngube.
And Dorothy Franks.
Yes.
And then
But
when
you are
I
talking about 4.
yes, the other one is Lahai NGO and Sitlobo NGO.
Okay.
And then when I went to because my point of view was I need to get permission from the CEO and also inform her that I'll be on the premises. Then the CEO mentioned to me that yes, there is space available, but that building was supposed to be demolished for a new place or new hospital, extension of the hospital. And I communicated that to Dr. Manamela. Then Dr. Manamela said we can continue and I should go and have a look at the place. And then in terms of all hospitals throughout the province, I drew up because remember with an NGO is responsible to put up their own place with their own funding. They are not supported by government. And then government subsidize all NGOs that is licensed. So with that, I drew up a letter because my premise was, it was even in Johannesburg hospitals at Natalspruit. I drew up letters for all these hospitals for people that was interested, not just in Tshwane, but throughout Gauteng, which Dr. Silabano and Dr. Manamela signed. And they knew about it, everybody knew about it. That is why in the other districts, some of the people said, no, it's too much. We will not be able to have funding to do that.
Thank you.
And then a special letter that I drew up again for all these people that wants to have NGOs at hospital premises. That the CEO should allow them on the premises to go and view the places and the extent of damage. And they all went. And that is how it happened. And then thereafter, with it, remember, I was busy with identification I was looking for step-down facilities. So I was still continuing with my hospital visits with the engineers. It wasn't even, that time it didn't even include NGOs, it was just the hospital visits. And then with that, the engineers done that, they've drawn up a costing, and we got a DID involved in Department of Infrastructure.
I don't want to interrupt you, Ms. Jacobus. Is this not on record?
Yes, my lady.
Because I don't think it answers. Does it answer your question, Mr.?
I just wanted to answer the council.
Okay, but you want.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
Let me ask you a question in follow-up of that. No? So you mentioned a letter. You wrote letters and informed these people. So will it be correct to say that you are the one who informed Ms. Dorothy Franks about the existence of space at Kalafong Hospital?
The extent of what, Council? I couldn't hear you.
The existence of the space in Kalafong.
Yes, Dr. Manamela has said I should inform the 4 managers that there will be space available at Kalafong, and if they're interested.
It's you who informed her.
Yes.
Thank you. You can leave it there.
It's continue.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Yes,
please listen to the question attentively, Miss Jacobus.
Okay,
otherwise, you'll be repeating, and you're not going to finish this evidence. Because the questions will keep on coming. That's why I'm saying every time you listen to a question, if it needs a yes or no, you just answer that.
Okay, Council.
Yes.
My lady.
Okay.
You know the evidence that is already on record. Yes, continue, Mr. Pihlele.
Yes, at this stage, you can accept that those wards were not suitable for human habitation and so on, as per the engineer's report. So I just want to, because there's a reference to your name in the statement in particular, and I want to give you the opportunity to answer to that. You understand, Mr. Bobas?
Yes, Council.
Yes, I don't want it to be that you are treated unfairly. So, The last paragraph of that statement, on paragraph 4, subparagraph, the last portion of that, it starts from what's being non-compliant. It says that Hannah Yakovas then indicated to me that she will find an alternative place for me and will notify me. I had already taken my furniture to Kalafong, that includes chairs, beds, and tables, and had to leave them there. Do you agree with this portion of the statement?
No, Council.
So you deny that you promised or you undertook to assist my client to find an alternative place?
Yes, Council.
Can we move on, please? This question has been answered.
I'm going to take you to paragraph 6.8 of your statement on page 36599.
36599.
6599.
Yes.
This, you are describing what transpired with the engineers and yourselves at Kalafong Hospital.
Yes.
Yes, and it's directly related to how space was allocated to Precious Angels and Anchor House. Now, at the bottom there, I don't know how to name this paragraph because...
Is it the same paragraph 6.8?
Yeah, it's on 6.8, so I'm going to try and read it out for you.
You can just count the lines from the bottom.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think from paragraph 8, on own cost, something like own cost there.
Yes, you can read.
You are detailing your engagement with Dr. Manamela here, I assume, because it says, she then said that there is nothing to worry about as the NGOs will definitely be allocated the Kalafong facilities. When you are referring to NGOs here, are you referring to Precious Angels and Anchor House, or which NGOs are you referring to?
All 4 angels, Council. Anchor, Precious Angels, Lahai, and Sitobo.
All the 4, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All 4 of them were supposed to get places at Kalafong.
Yes, Council.
And then at the bottom there, you are saying that the NGOs paid for the rubble removal and the installation of windows. I know that the owner of Anchor House used her pension money to pay for the cleaning and renovation, which included minor building repairs. This all took place during almost mid-2016. I cannot recall the exact date. I just want to understand here, how did you know that the owner of Anchor House used her pension money to pay for the cleaning and renovation, which included minor building repairs, as you state in the statement?
The Anchor House has mentioned that to me, and then a few days later, the Lechai manager also mentioned that she was also using up her pension money to do the renovations.
Mr.
You're saying
Pitela,
Anchor House mentioned?
I don't want to be interjecting. Like I'm worried about the issue of relevance here. You're just asking general questions. I mean, this question, how is it going to assist us?
My lady, I don't think that the question is irrelevant, because the purpose of cross-examination, insofar as it serves the purpose of putting a version to this witness, it also demands that I elicit material that I will be able to utilize in the cross-examination of other witnesses, my lady. So it cannot just be
does it relate to the issues at hand?
Will be limited, because if we are going to curtail the cross-examination only on the basis of relevance, in as much as the court has the powers to do so and the discretion to do so, which must be exercised judicially, we are missing the overall picture, because cross-examination is the only tool that we have or at our disposal as the defense to try and elicit some truth from a witness. And in this instance, the witness is contradicting directly what my client's statement is saying, because he's denying incident where two of my clients say we have met with her. And now it's going to become relevant, maybe not necessarily with regard to this witness, because I'm not dwelling on these questions. I'm merely making notes and passing on. So it would be different.
Because my concern was in particular in relation to this last question, to say where are we getting with it? If the witness can tell us how did she know about the pension money being used to pay for the whatever that you have just been now, that is what I was asking. So now you're going to other things. I don't know. Mr. Pinar, can I hear you?
Lady, with due respect to my learned friend, my submission is it's not relevancy towards further cross-examination, it's relevancy towards the issues the court has to adjudicate in terms of section 16 of the Inquest Act, my lady, which is foremost and paramount regarding relevancy during the whole process of the inquest. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela, that is all what I wanted to say to you. I was only relating to this question that you have just asked the witness. Now you are coming with long things where I didn't even go. So I don't know whether if it is the line that you're going to follow. It's up to you what you want to do, but I'm not going to persist on these other things. I've been talking about these things. It's not you alone. And then I'll just listen at the end of the day. But the question is, we want to know things that will assist this court to arrive at a proper decision. But now you keep on. I ask one question, now you take me back. I don't know, to the things that I didn't even ask about. Okay.
My sincere apologies, my lady. It's a pity. It's just that I'm very passionate about a defendant's right to cross-examine, my lady.
Yes, we know that. We know that as an experienced counsel, you have the right to do that. But we have all agreed and that we should concentrate on what is relevant to the proceedings. So,
my lady, let me try and move
Mr.
the process along.
There is Mr. Late here.
My lady, just to correct my learned friend in this regard, because he wasn't here from the start, there are no defendants or plaintiffs or accused or witnesses or accused in this matter. Everybody is a witness. There are no defendants, and nobody has accused any of his clients of anything yet. They are purely witnesses that can assist this court in coming to a finding at the end.
My lady,
Are you done,
I can only say
Mr.
that.
Late? Are you done?
My lady, in reply, I can only say that.
Just a second.
I am done, my lady. I am done, my
Okay,
lady.
thank you. Mr. Pichela, you may proceed. I think we have spoken about these issues, and it's so sad that one has to go back. While I don't want to be saying anything, because one of you will be saying I have now moved into the arena, but some of the things I must say. I mean, we need to take this proceeding serious, please. This witness has been in the stand now. This is for how many days? And I'm not trying to say, please, let's speed up the process. I'm trying to channel you at least to the right direction. That is all what I want to do.
Continue. My lady. I'm indebted to the court. Now, ma'am. There is an incident that happened at Kalinen with regard to, I don't know whether to call it confusion or where wards were taken from Siabadinga and given to Enka. You recall that incident?
Are you speaking to me, Council? I can't see your face clearly. I thought it was somebody else. Yes, I recall.
You are not supposed to ask the council questions. You are the one who must answer questions.
I thought it was somebody else that was.
The next thing you'll be telling him that the question is not relevant.
Now
you must be careful.
Okay. Yes, I recall that incident, Council.
Yes. Now, there's one aspect that is not very clear. I'm not going to dwell on the incident because it has already been exhausted. I just wanted to understand one aspect of that incident. No? There were 3 wards that were allocated at Kalinen. Is that correct?
And I don't know how many wards were allocated, Council. I cannot answer that.
Okay. But at the time,
don't go that way, Mr. Pichela. Mr. Pichela, your position, we can't hear you because of your position, the position that you took. Yes.
I'm saying.
Come back again, please.
On the day of the incident, you indicated in your testimony that you were on site on that day, and you were with Dr. Manamela. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Yes. And now, are you able to tell the court what prompted the removal of the patients from one ward to another one?
Council, I don't know, I can't see. Can you hear me, Council?
Yes,
yes, I can.
Oh, I was called by Dr. Malamela. It was on a Saturday. That indicated there's a ward at Kalinen no, I should come to Kalinen because we need to look at a ward. And then I met her there. When I got there, then she says there's a ward with 7 patients, and those 7 patients can be moved with the other patients, and that ward can be utilized by Anchor. That's it, Council. Does it make sense?
Okay. So, in essence, patients were removed from one ward and they were given to
We can't hear anything. Mr. Pitela, are you still with us?
I'm saying patients were.
Don't go that route.
Yes, I'm there,
keep on moving to the. Yes, to your right.
Okay, let me just give you a summary of the testimony or the version that is going to be presented by my client on this aspect.
Please do.
Excuse me, Council, I can't hear.
We have lost him
The
now.
other
Mr.
ward,
Pichela, just try to move towards the left.
The left, my left.
Yes. Oh, no, your left is that way. Oh, yes, yes. Come again, this side. Yes, that's much better. Don't go too far. Yes, thank you. Continue.
The version that is going to be presented by my client on this aspect and which will be corroborated.
This is Dorothy France.
Yes, which will be corroborated by Ms. Diane Noile of Siabadinga. Yes. To the effect that Siabadinga was in occupation of the premises at Cullinan before Enka came on board.
That's correct, sir.
Yes. Now, on the date of this incident, you came together with Dr. Manamela and you instructed them, you instructed Siabadinga, not necessarily yourself, but there was an instruction issued that one ward will be taken away from Siabadinga and it will be given to Enka House.
That is correct. It happened like that.
Yes. And that when this was done, patients, it did not take into consideration the fact that Siabadinga had already reached its maximum capacity in terms of the patients that could be kept in a single ward.
I have no knowledge of that, Council.
Okay. Now, a direct consequence of the actions that were undertaken on that day in your presence by a Dr. Manamela in moving those patients to basically led to the overcrowding problem that was experienced by Siabadinga at Cullinan. Because initially they had proper allocation, they had enough space, and now you reduce their capacity from 75. Basically, you reduce their capacity in half with that single incident, of which you were present and you had witnessed.
You want to respond to that quickly?
My lady, I don't hear the answer. If I respond, I've said I didn't know the capacity and the amount of patients of Siabadinga, number one. And number two, yes, Dr. Manamela said that those patients should be moved from the 7 beds to the other ward.
Okay.
And can I just explain my version from it? When we got there, when Dr. Manamela mentioned this, I said to Dr. Manamela, remember, NGOs are autonomous from government, and we need to have permission from the manager. So then I said, Dr. Manamela, let's call the manager and ask a permission, or can't it wait until the Monday? Then Dr. Manamela said, no, we are here now, we should do it like that day. So we tried to contact Mrs.
The manager.
Nurile, the manager. And I even called the supervisor that was in charge, but we couldn't get hold of Mrs. Nurile. And then then Dr. Manamela said we must move, and she assisted moving the beds to the other side, to the other ward. And as I've said previously, I didn't know the capacity of that ward. I didn't know how many patients was in that ward, and I was never entered into that ward.
Thank you.
Okay, but then you're saying you shifted beds into that ward, no?
Yes, Council.
So you were able to enter the ward and see how many beds are there?
No, the care workers, I didn't go into the ward. My experience with Siabadinga and on the premises was something totally different, and I was never allowed to go into the ward, so I didn't enter the ward.
Okay, we'll come to that when we deal with the issue of Siabadinga. For now, you went and inspected Cullinan Care Center. Is that not correct? You know basically the size of the wards at Cullinan.
Let her respond first.
Sorry. Yes, Council.
Did you go and inspect the center at Cullinan?
Only one ward on the center, the original one that Anchor was occupying.
Okay.
Yes, and what was the capacity of that ward?
25, Council, 25 beds.
I'm going to put it to you that the capacity of the 4 wards that were at Cullinan, each of them can only carry 25 patients. Do you disagree with that?
No, Council, I agree. That is why I said 25 when you ask me the capacity.
Yes. Now, this is a logical and simple question to follow. If I have 72 people that I'm caring for, yeah, that are placed in 3 wards, yeah, it gives my capacity to 75. If those wards are there at Cullinan, it says that 3 wards would mean that I'll have to be able to carry 75 patients. Yeah? And if you come on some day and take away 1 ward from me, but you don't reduce the number of patients that I'm carrying, that I'm taking care of, now it says that I have to keep 72 people in a ward that can only accommodate 50. Do you agree with me?
Yes, what you're saying, sir, I agree.
Yes, she agrees. Can we proceed?
My lady, I don't think we're going to finish in one day.
How many days do you want, Mr. Bishele? How many days are you going to take with your cross-examination?
It's not, I wouldn't count it in terms of days, my lady, because today, unfortunately, we couldn't start in the morning because of the furor that transpired. So
are you moving to the next, to a new aspect, or?
Yes, the thing is that some of these lines are interlinked. Their stories are interlinked. So it's difficult to say, I'm only going to speak of one and not include the other ones. But already I'm dealing with the second aspect. I'm finalizing the last one. So there's only still 2 people that are left that I need to deal with their cases. So tomorrow it will become even more clear.
All right. Mr. Lee, do you want to say something, or should I excuse the witness first?
I just want to ascertain from my learned friend if you can just give an estimate about how long it will take tomorrow.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry to interject you. Sorry. I just want to excuse the witness. The witness looks tired. Miss Jacobs?
Yes, my lady.
You are warned that as I've been warning you, you are supposed to be back tomorrow to continue with the cross-examination. As I indicated, you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are excused by the court. after you shall have finished with your evidence. Thank you very much. You are want to be at court tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
my
see
lady.
you tomorrow. Ne?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Late, you may
I
continue.
just want to but my learned friend to give me an estimate about how long it will take with the witness, so that I can make my arrangements with the next witness. Should I arrange that she be here tomorrow or not?
Because after this, it's going to be Mr. Pinar again. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, I don't think we can start with a new witness tomorrow. I mean, let's be realistic. If I'm gonna finish up and then there's gonna be re-examination.
But we want to know from your side.
My lady, I can assure the court that I'll be finished by tomorrow.
Can you estimate before lunch, after tea, before tea, so that we can have an idea? We understand you started late and you've got.
I think maybe after lunch, because it also depends on the witness and how she answers. If she goes into a narrative, then.
Mr. Pinar? This question also affects you?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Late wants to know whether he should prepare the next witness for tomorrow.
My lady, my re-examination is going to be brief and to the point.
Okay.
It all depends on my learned friend, Mr. Pitlela. When does he terminate his cross-examination?
Yes, I think we need to be careful as to how we arrange our times here. Mr. Pitlela? It will depend on how your cross-examination goes, but we take it that you are not going to be very long.
No, I'm not going to be very long. It's just a few things that I need to be clarified on.
Mr. Late?
And then
maybe you can prepare the witness. I don't think we should be taking the whole day tomorrow with what is left. Maybe you can prepare the witness for, can we say for 2 o'clock or
after lunch?
After tea. Yes, okay.
Because I still have to consult with the viewer of the new way the evidence is going to be led.
All right, Mr. Pitlela, you know that there is already evidence on record, so we just hope that you'll stick to what you want the court, what the court will find relevant, and without the court intervening.
My lady, I'll do my
guided by you, and I'm not trying to limit your cross-examination, but please let us stick to the issues before court. On that note, the proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning. We will continue tomorrow with the cross-examination of the witness by Ms. Apishela. Thank you very much.
This court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
With regard to the submissions that are being made for the meeting on Friday, I hope parties are busy, and I am going to receive them by tomorrow before the close of business.
My lady, the submissions that we made to your ladyship at the procedural meeting, we've put them in writing, and your ladyship should receive them fairly soon.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make this announcement for everyone who's interested in doing same. Thank you very much. The proceedings are therefore adjourned.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
The court pleases.